all signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
trip there. me. It's enough to make a man sick.
you're a... what? Take this. Beast.
Fuels are magic. That's the part one always had difficulty with, said Angela. It's why I rely more upon potions and plants and objects that are magical in and of themselves than upon incantations. If you don't mind. Her cheeks dimpling, Angela said, I'm sorry. Proceed. Right, growled Aragon. One is for the original magician to open himself. Or herself, Angela interjected. Will you please let me finish? Sorry. Aragon saw Nasuda fight back a smile. He opens himself to the flow of energy within his body and, speaking in the ancient language, recants not only the words of his spell but also the intention behind it. This can be quite difficult, as you might imagine. Unless the magician has the right intent, he will end up altering the original spell instead of lifting it. And then he would have to unsay two intertwined spells. The other method is to cast a spell that directly counteracts the effects of the original spell. It does not eliminate the original spell, but if done properly, it renders it harmless. With your permission, this is the method I intend to use. A most elegant solution, Angela proclaimed, but who, pray tell, provides the continuous stream of energy needed to maintain this counterspell? And since someone must ask, what can go wrong with this particular method? Aragon kept his gaze fixed on Elva. The energy will have to come from you, he told her, pressing her hands with his. It won't be much, but it will still reduce your stamina by a certain amount. If I do this, you will never be able to run as far or lift as many pieces of firewood as someone who does not have a similar incantation leeching off them. Why can't you provide the energy? Asked Elba, arching an eyebrow. You are the one who is responsible for my predicament, after all. I would, but the farther away I got from you, the harder it would be to send the energy to you. And if I went too far, a mile, say, or maybe a bit more, the effort would kill me. As for what can go wrong, the only risk is that I will word the counterspell improperly and it won't block all of my blessing. If that happens, I will simply cast another counterspell. And if that falls short as well? He paused. Then I can always resort to the first method I explained. I would prefer to avoid that, however. It is the only way to completely do away with a spell, but if the attempt were to go amiss, and it very well might, you could end up worse off than you are now. Elba nodded. I understand. Have I your permission to proceed, then? When she dipped her chin again, Aragon took a deep breath, readying himself. His eyes half closed from the strength of his concentration, he began to speak in the ancient language. Each word fell from his tongue with the weight of a hammer blow. He was careful to enunciate every syllable, every sound that was foreign to his own language, so as to avoid a potentially tragic mishap. The counterspell was burned into his memory. He had spent many hours during his trip from Helgrind inventing it, agonizing over it, challenging himself to devise better alternatives, all in anticipation of the day he would attempt to atone for the harm he had caused Elva. As he spoke, Saphira channeled her strength into him, and he felt her supporting him and watching closely, ready to intervene if she saw in his mind that he was about to mangle the incantation. The counterspell was very long and very complicated, for he had sought to address every reasonable interpretation of his blessing. As a result, a full 5 minutes passed before Aragon uttered the last sentence, word, and then syllable. In the silence that followed, Elva's face clouded with disappointment. I can still sense them, she said. Nasuda leaned forward in her seat. Who? You, him, her, everyone who's in pain. They haven't gone away. The urge to help them, that's gone, but this agony still courses through me. Nasuda leaned forward in her throne. Aragon. He frowned. I must have missed something. Give me a little while to think, and I'll put together another spell that may do the trick. There are a few other possibilities I considered, but, he trailed off, troubled by the fact that the counterspell had not performed as expected. Moreover, deploying a spell specifically to block the pain Elva was feeling would be far more difficult than trying to undo the blessing as a whole. One wrong word, one poorly constructed phrase, and he might destroy her sense of empathy, or preclude her from ever learning how to communicate with her mind, or inhibit her own sense of pain, so she would not immediately notice when she was injured. Aragon was in the midst of consulting with Saphira when Elva said, no. Puzzled, he looked at her. An ecstatic glow seemed to emanate from Elva. Her round, pearl-like teeth gleamed as she smiled, her eyes flashing with triumphant joy. No, don't try again. But, Elva, why would? Because I don't want any more spells feeding off me. And because I just realized I can ignore them. She gripped the arms of her chair, trembling with excitement. Without the urge to aid everyone who is suffering, I can ignore their troubles, and it doesn't make me sick. I can ignore the man with the amputated leg, I can ignore the woman who just scalded her hand, I can ignore them all, and I feel no worse for it. It's true I can't block them perfectly, not yet at least, but oh, what a relief. Silence. Blessed silence. No more cuts, scrapes, bruises, or broken bones. No more petty worries of airheaded youths. No more anguish of abandoned wives or cuckolded husbands. No more the thousands of unbearable injuries of an entire war. No more the gut-wrenching panic that precedes the final darkness. With tears starting down her cheeks, she laughed, a husky warble that set Aragon's scalp a-tingle. What madness is this? Asked Saphira. Even if you can put it out of your mind, why remain shackled to the pain of others when Aragon may yet be able to free you of it? Elva's eyes glowed with unsavory glee. I will never be like ordinary people. If I must be different, then let me keep that which sets me apart. As long as I can control this power, as it seems I now can, I have no objection to carrying this burden, for it shall be by my choice and not forced upon me by your magic, Aragon. Ha, from now on, I shall answer to no one and no thing. If I help anyone, it will be because I want to. If I serve the Varden, it will be because my conscience tells me I should and not because you asked me to, Nasuda, or because I'll throw up if I don't. I will do as I please, and woe unto those who oppose me, for I know all their fears and shall not hesitate to play upon them in order to fulfill my wishes. Elva, exclaimed Greta, do not say such terrible things. You cannot mean them. The girl turned toward her so sharply, her hair fanned out behind her. Ah yes, I had forgotten about you, my nursemaid. Ever faithful, always fussing. I am grateful to you for adopting me after my mother died, and for the care you've given me since Farth and Dewar, but I do not require your assistance anymore. I will live alone, tend to myself, and be beholden to no one. Cowed, the old woman covered her mouth with the hem of a sleeve and shrank back. What Elva said appalled Aragon. He decided that he could not allow her to retain her ability if she was going to abuse it. With Saphira's assistance, for she agreed with him, he picked the most promising of the new counterspells he had been contemplating earlier and opened his mouth to deliver the lines. Quick as a snake, Elva clamped a hand over his lips, preventing him from speaking. The pavilion shook as Saphira snarled, nearly deafening Aragon, with his enhanced hearing. As everyone reeled, save for Elva, who kept her hand pressed against Aragon's face, Saphira said, let him go, hatchling. Drawn by Saphira's snarl, Nasuda's 6 guards charged inside, brandishing their weapons, while Bloodborne and the other elves ran up to Saphira and stationed themselves on either side of her shoulders, pulling back the wall of the tent so they could all see what was happening. Nasuda gestured, and the Nighthawks lowered their weapons, but the elves remained poised for action. Their blades gleamed like ice. Neither the commotion she had engendered nor the swords leveled at her seemed to perturb Elba. She cocked her head and gazed at Aragon as if he were an unusual beetle she had found crawling along the edge of her chair, and then she smiled with such a sweet, innocent expression, he wondered why he did not have greater faith in her character. In a voice like warm honey, she said, Aragon, cease. If you cast that spell, you will hurt me as you hurt me once before. You do not want that. Every night when you lay yourself down to sleep, you will think of me, and the memory of the wrong you have committed will torment you. What you were about to do was evil, Aragon. Are you the judge of the world? Will you condemn me in the absence of wrongdoing merely because you do not approve of me? That way lies the depraved pleasure of controlling others for your own satisfaction. Galbatorix would approve. She released him then, but Aragon was too troubled to move. She had struck at his very core, and he had no counter-arguments with which to defend himself, for her questions and observations were the very ones he directed at himself. Her understanding of him sent a chill crawling down his spine. I am grateful to you also, Aragon, for coming here today to correct your mistake. Not everyone is as willing to acknowledge and confront their shortcomings. However, you have earned no favor with me today. You have righted the scales as best you could, but that is only what any decent person ought to have done. You have not compensated me for what I have endured, nor can you. So when next we cross paths, Aragon Shadeslayer, count me not as a friend or foe. I am ambivalent toward you, Ryder. I am just as prepared to hate you as I am to love you. The outcome is yours alone to decide. Saphira, you gave me the star upon my brow, and you have always been kind to me. I am and shall always remain your faithful servant. Lifting her chin to maximize her 3.5 foot height, Elva surveyed the interior of the pavilion. Aragon, Saphira, Nasuda, Angela. Good day. And with that, she swept off toward the entrance. The Nighthawks parted ranks as she passed between them and went outside. Aragon stood, feeling unsteady. What sort of monster have I created? The 2 Urgal Nighthawks touched the tip of each of their horns, which he knew was how they warded off evil. To Nasuda, he said, I'm sorry. I seem to have only made things worse for you, for all of us. Calm as a mountain lake, Nasuda arranged her robes before answering, no matter. The game has gotten a little more complicated, that is all. It is to be expected the closer we get to Eurivane and Galbatorix. A moment later, Aragon heard the sound of an object rushing through the air toward him. He flinched, but fast as he was too slow to avoid a stinging slap that knocked his head to one side and sent him staggering against a chair. He rolled across the seat of the chair and sprang upright, his left arm lifted to ward off an oncoming blow, his right arm pulled back, ready to stab with the hunting knife he had snatched from his belt during the maneuver. To his astonishment, he saw that it was Angela who had struck him. The elves were gathered inches behind the fortune teller, ready to subdue her if she should attack him again or to escort her away should Aragon order it. Solembum was at her feet, teeth and claws bared, and his hair standing on end. Right then, Aragon could care less about the elves. What did you do that for? He demanded. He winced as his split lower lip stretched, tearing the flesh farther apart. Warm, metallic-tasting blood trickled down his throat. Angela tossed her head. Now I'm going to have to spend the next 10 years teaching Elva how to behave. That's not what I had in mind for the next decade. Teach her, exclaimed Aragon. She won't let you. She'll stop you as easily as she stopped me. Not likely. She doesn't know what bothers me, nor what might be about to hurt me. I saw to that the day she and I first met. Would you share this spell with us? Nasuda asked. After how this has turned out, it seems prudent for us to have a means of protecting ourselves from Elba. No, I don't think I will, said Angela. Then she too marched out of the pavilion, and Solembum stalked after her, waving his tail ever so gracefully. The elves sheathed their blades and retreated to a discreet distance from the tent. Nasuda rubbed her temples with a circular motion. Magic, she cursed. Magic, agreed Aragon. The pair of them started as Greta cast herself upon the ground and began to weep and wail while pulling at her thin hair, beating herself on the face, and ripping at her bodice. Oh, my poor dear. I've lost my lamb. Lost. What will become of her, all alone? Oh, woe is me, my own little blossom rejecting me. It's a shameful reward it is for the work I've done, bending my back like a slave I have. What a cruel, hard world, always stealing your happiness from you. She groaned. My plum, my rose, my pretty sweet pea, gone, and no one to look after her. Shadaslayer, will you watch over her? Aragon grasped her by the arm and helped her to her feet, consoling her with assurances that he and Saphira would keep a close eye on Elba. If only, as Saphira said to Aragon, because she might attempt to slip a knife between our ribs. Gifts of gold. Aragon stood next to Saphira, 50 yards from Nasuda's crimson pavilion. Glad to be free of all the commotion that had surrounded Elba, he gazed up at the clear azure sky and rolled his shoulders, already tired from the events of the day. Saphira intended to fly out to the giant river and bathe herself in its deep, slow-moving water, but his own intentions were less definite. He still needed to finish oiling his armor, prepare for Roran and Katrina's wedding, visit with Jayod, locate a proper sword for himself, and also, he scratched his chin. How long will you be gone? He asked. Saphira unfurled her wings in preparation for flight. A few hours. I'm hungry. Once I am clean, I am going to catch 2 or 3 of those plump deer I've seen nibbling the grass on the western bank of the river. The Varden have shot so many of them, though, I may have to fly a half-dozen leagues toward the spine before I find any game worth hunting. Don't go too far, he cautioned, else you might encounter the Empire. I won't, but if I happen upon a lone group of soldiers, she licked her chops. I would enjoy a quick fight. Besides, humans taste just as good as deer. Saphira, you wouldn't. Her eyes sparkled. Maybe, maybe not. It depends on whether they are wearing armor. I hate biting through metal, and scooping my food out of a shell is just as annoying. I see. He glanced over at the nearest elf, a tall, silver-haired woman. The elves won't want you to go alone. Will you allow a couple of them to ride on you? Otherwise, it will be impossible for them to keep pace. Not today. Today, I hunt alone. With a sweep of her wings, she took off, soaring high overhead. As she turned west, toward the giant river, her voice sounded in his mind, fainter than before because of the distance between them. When I return, we will fly together, won't we, Aragon? Yes, when you return, we will fly together, just the 2 of us. Her pleasure at that caused him to smile as he watched her arrow away toward the west. Aragon lowered his gaze as Bloodborne ran up to him, lithe as a forest cat. The elf asked where Saphira was going and seemed displeased with Aragon's explanation, but if he had any objections, he kept them to himself. Right, Aragon said to himself as Bloodborne rejoined his companion. First things first. He strode through the camp until he found a large square of open space where 30-some Varden were practicing with a wide assortment of weapons. To his relief, they were too busy training to notice his presence. Crouching, he lay his right hand palm upward on the trampled earth. He chose the words he would need from the ancient language, then murmured, Kulder, Riza Lam Iet un Malthane un Baller. The soil beside his hand appeared unchanged, although he could feel the spell sifting through the dirt for hundreds of feet in every direction. Not more than 5 seconds later, the surface of the earth began to boil like a pot of water left to sit for too long over a high flame, and it acquired a bright yellow sheen. Aragon had learned from Oromas that wherever one went, the land was sure to contain minute particles of nearly every element, and while they would be too small and scattered to mine with traditional methods, a knowledgeable magician could, with great effort, extract them. From the center of the yellow patch, a fountain of sparkling dust arched up and over, landing in the middle of Aragon's palm. There each glittering mote melded into the next, until 3 spheres of pure gold, each the size of a large hazelnut, rested on his hand. Let us, said Aragon, and released the magic. He sat back on his heels and braced himself against the ground as a wave of weariness washed over him. His head drooped forward, and his eyelids descended halfway as his vision flickered and dimmed. Taking a deep breath, he admired the mirror's smooth orbs in his hand while he waited for his strength to return. So pretty, he thought. If only I could have done this when we were living in Palanker Valley. It would almost be easier to mine the gold, though. A spell hasn't taken so much out of me since I carried Sloane down from the top of Helgrin. He pocketed the gold and set out again through the camp. He found a cook tent and ate a large lunch, which he needed after casting so many arduous spells, then headed toward the area where the villagers from Carvajal were staying. As he approached, he heard the ring of metal striking metal. Curious, he turned in that direction. Aragon stepped around a line of 3 wagons parked across the mouth of the lane and saw Horst standing in a 30-foot gap between the tents, holding one end of a 5-foot-long bar of steel. The other end of the bar was bright cherry red and rested on the face of a massive 200-pound anvil that was staked to the top of a low, wide stump. On either side of the anvil, Horst's burly sons, Albrecht and Baldur, alternated striking the steel with sledgehammers, which they swung over their heads in huge circular blows. A makeshift forge glowed several feet behind the anvil. The hammering was so loud, Aragon kept his distance until Albrecht and Baldur had finished spreading the steel and Horst had returned the bar to the forge. Waving his free arm, Horst said, "Ho, Aragon." Then he held up a finger, forestalling Aragon's reply, and pulled a plug of felted wool out of his left ear. "Ah, now I can hear again. What brings you about, Aragon?" While he spoke, his son scooped more charcoal into the forge from a bucket and set about tidying up the tongs, hammers, dies, and other tools that lay on the ground. All three men gleamed with sweat. "I wanted to know what was causing such a commotion," said Aragon. "I should have guessed it was you. No one else can create as big an uproar as someone from Carvajal." Horst laughed, his thick, spade-shaped beard pointed up toward the sky until his mirth was exhausted. "Ah, that tickles my pride, it does. And aren't you the living truth of it, E.H.?" "We all are," Aragon replied. "You, me, Roran, everyone from Carvajal. Algesia will never be the same once the lot of us are done." He gestured at the forge and the other equipment. "Why are you here? I thought that all the smiths were." "So they are, Aragon. So they are. However, I convinced the captain who is in charge of this part of the camp to let me work closer to our tent." Horst tugged at the end of his beard. "It's on account of Elaine, you know. This child, it goes hard with her, and no wonder, considering what we went through to get here. She's always been delicate, and now I worry that, well," he shook himself like a bear ridding itself of flies. "Maybe you could look in on her when you get a chance and see if you can ease her discomfort." "I'll do that," Aragon promised. With a satisfied grunt, Horst lifted the bar partway out of the coals to better judge the color of the steel. Plunging the bar back into the center of the fire, he jerked his beard toward Albrecht. "Here now, give it some air. It's almost ready." As Albrecht began to pump the leather bellows, Horst grinned at Aragon. "When I told the Varden I was a smith, they were so happy, you would have thought I was another dragon rider. They don't have enough metalworkers, you see. And they gave me what tools I was missing, including that anvil. When we left Carvajal, I wept at the prospect that I would not have the opportunity to practice my craft again. I am no swordsmith, but here there is enough work to keep Albrecht, Baldur, and me busy for the next 50 years. It doesn't pay very well, but at least we're not stretched out on a rack in Galbatorix's dungeons." "Or the Razak could be nibbling on our bones," observed Baldur. "Aye, that too." Horst motioned for his sons to take up the sledgehammers again and then, holding the felt plug beside his left ear, said, "Is there anything else you wish of us, Aragon? The steel is ready, and I cannot leave it in the fire any longer without weakening it. Do you know where Gedrick is?" Gedrick. The furrow between Horst's eyebrows deepened. He should be practicing the sword and spear along with the rest of the men, that away about a quarter of a mile. Horst pointed with a thumb. Aragon thanked him and departed in the direction Horst had indicated. The repetitive ring of metal striking metal resumed, clear as the peals of a bell and as sharp and piercing as a glass needle stabbing the air. Aragon covered his ears and smiled. It comforted him that Horst had retained his strength of purpose and that, despite the loss of his wealth and home, he was still the same person he had been in Carvajal. Somehow the smith's consistency and resiliency renewed Aragon's faith that if only they could overthrow Galbatorix, everything would be all right in the end, and his life and those of the villagers from Carvajal would regain a semblance of normalcy. Aragon soon arrived at the field where the men of Carvajal were drilling with their new weapons. Gedrick was there, as Horst had suggested he would be, sparring with Fisk, Darman, and Morn. A quick word on the part of Aragon with the one-armed veteran who was leading the drills was sufficient to secure Gedrick's temporary release. The tanner ran over to Aragon and stood before him, his gaze lowered. He was short and swarthy, with a jaw like a mastiff's, heavy eyebrows, and arms thick and gnarled from stirring the foul-smelling bats where he had cured his hides. Although he was far from handsome, Aragon knew him to be a kind and honest man. "What can I do for you, Shadeslayer?" Gedrick mumbled. "You have already done it. And I have come here to thank and repay you." "Aye, how have I helped you, Shadeslayer?" He spoke slowly, cautiously, as if afraid Aragon were setting a trap for him. "Soon after I ran away from Carvajal, you discovered that someone had stolen 3 ox hides from the drying hut by the bats. Am I right?" Gedric's face darkened with embarrassment, and he shuffled his feet. Ah, well now, I didn't lock that hut, you know. Anyone might have snuck in and carried those hides off. Besides, given what's happened since, I can't see as it's much important. I destroyed most of my stock before we trooped into the spine, to keep the Empire and those filthy Razak from getting their claws on anything of use. Whoever took those hides saved me from having to destroy 3 more. So let bygones be bygones, I say. Perhaps, said Aragon, but I still feel honor-bound to tell you that it was I who stole your hides. Gedric met his gaze then, looking at him as if he were an ordinary person, without fear, awe, or undue respect, as if the Tanner were re-evaluating his opinion of Aragon. I stole them, and I'm not proud of it, but I needed the hides. Without them, I doubt I would have survived long enough to reach the elves in Dueldenbarden. I always preferred to think that I had borrowed the hides, but the truth is, I stole them, for I had no intention of returning them. Therefore, you have my apologies. And since I am keeping the hides, or what is left of them, it seems only right to pay you for them. From within his belt, Aragon removed one of the spheres of gold, hard, round, and warm from the heat of his flesh, and handed it to Gedric. Gedric stared at the shiny metal pearl, his massive jaw clamped shut, the lines around his thin-lipped mouth harsh and unyielding. He did not insult Aragon by weighing the gold in his hand, nor by biting it, but when he spoke, he said, I cannot accept this, Aragon. I was a good tanner, but the leather I made was not worth this much. Your generosity does you credit, but it would bother me to keep this gold. I would feel as if I hadn't earned it. Unsurprised, Aragon said, you would not deny another man the opportunity to haggle for a fair price, would you? No. Good. Then you cannot deny me this. Most people haggle downward. In this case, I have chosen to haggle upward, but I will still haggle as fiercely as if I were trying to save myself a handful of coins. To me, the hides are worth every ounce of that gold, and I would not pay you a copper less, not even if you held a knife to my throat. Gedric's thick fingers closed around the gold orb. Since you insist, I will not be so churlish as to keep refusing you. No one can say that Gedric Ospenson allowed good fortune to pass him by because he was too busy protesting his own unworthiness. My thanks, Shadeslayer. He placed the orb in a pouch on his belt, wrapping the gold in a patch of wool cloth to protect it from scratches. Garrow did right by you, Aragon. He did right by both you and Norin. He may have been sharp as vinegar and as hard and dry as a winter rutabaga, but he raised the two of you well. He would be proud of you, I think. Unexpected emotion clogged Aragon's chest. As Gedric turned to rejoin the other villagers, he paused. If I may ask, Aragon, why were those hides worth so much to you? What did you use them for? Aragon chuckled. Use them for? Why? With Brom's help, I made a saddle for Saphira out of them. She doesn't wear it as often as she used to. Not since the elves gave us a proper dragon saddle, but it served us well through many a scrape and fight, and even the Battle of Farthendur. Astonishment raised Gedric's eyebrows, exposing pale skin that normally lay hidden in deep folds. Like a split in blue-gray granite, a wide grin spread across his jaw, transforming his features. A saddle, he breathed. Imagine, me tanning the leather for a rider's saddle. And without a hint of what I was doing at the time, no less. No, not a rider, the rider. He who will finally cast down the Black Tyrant himself. If only my father could see me now. Kicking up his heels, Gedric danced an impromptu jig. With his grin undiminished, he bowed to Aragon and trotted back to his place among the villagers, where he began to relate his tale to everyone within earshot. Eager to escape before the lot of them could descend upon him, Aragon slipped away between the rows of tents, pleased with what he had accomplished. It might take me a while, he thought, but I always settle my debts. Before long, he arrived at another tent, close to the eastern edge of the camp. He knocked on the pole between the two front flaps. With a sharp sound, the entrance was yanked aside to reveal Jayod's wife, Helen, standing in the opening. She regarded Aragon with a cold expression. You've come to talk with him, I suppose. If he's here, which Aragon knew perfectly well he was, for he could sense Jayod's mind as clearly as Helen's. For a moment, Aragon thought Helen might deny the presence of her husband, but then she shrugged and moved aside. You might as well come in, then. Aragon found Jayod sitting on a stool, poring over an assortment of scrolls, books, and sheaves of loose papers that were piled high on a cot bare of blankets. A thin shock of hair hung across Jayod's forehead, mimicking the curve of the scar that stretched from his scalp to his left temple. Aragon, he cried as he saw him, the lines of concentration on his face clearing. Welcome, welcome. He shook Aragon's hand and then offered him the stool. Here, I shall sit on the corner of the bed. No, please, you are our guest. Would you care for some food or drink? Nasuda gives us an extra ration, so do not restrain yourself for fear that we will go hungry on your account. It is poor fare compared with what we serve you in Term, but then no one should go to war and expect to eat well, not even a king. A cup of tea would be nice, said Aragon. Tea and biscuits it is. Jayod glanced at Helen. Snatching the kettle off the ground, Helen braced it against her hip, fit the nipple of a water skin in the end of the spout, and squeezed. The kettle reverberated with a dull roar as a stream of water struck the bottom. Helen's fingers tightened around the neck of the water skin, restricting the flow to a languorous trickle. She remained thus, with the detached look of a person performing an unpleasant task, while the water droplets drummed out a maddening beat against the inside of the kettle. An apologetic smile flickered across Jayod's face. He stared at a scrap of paper beside his knee as he waited for Helen to finish. Aragon studied a wrinkle in the side of the tent. The bombastic trickle continued for over 3 minutes. When the kettle was finally full, Helen removed the deflated water skin from the spout, hung it on a hook on the center pole of the tent, and stormed out. Aragon raised an eyebrow at Jayod. Jayod spread his hands. My position with the Varden is not as prominent as she had hoped, and she blames me for the fact. She agreed to flee Term with me, expecting, or so I believe, that Nasuda would vault me into the inner circle of her advisors, or grant me lands and riches fit for a lord, or some other extravagant reward for my help stealing Saphira's egg those many years ago. What Helen did not bargain on was the unglamorous life of a common swordsman, sleeping in a tent, fixing her own food, washing her own clothes, and so on. It's not that wealth and status are her only concerns, but you have to understand, she was born into one of the richest shipping families of Term, and for most of our marriage, I was not unsuccessful in my own ventures. She is unused to such privations as these, and she has yet to reconcile herself to them. His shoulders rose and fell a fraction of an inch. My own hope was that this adventure, if it deserves such a romantic term, would narrow the rifts that have opened between us in recent years, but as always, nothing is ever as simple as it seems. Do you feel that the Varden ought to show you greater consideration? Asked Aragon. For myself, no. For Helen, Jayod hesitated. I want her to be happy. My reward was in escaping from Gilead with my life when Brahm and I were attacked by Morzan, his dragon, and his men, in the satisfaction of knowing that I had helped strike a crippling blow against Galbatorix, in being able to return to my previous life and yet still help further the Varden's cause, and in being able to marry Helen. Those were my rewards, and I am more than content with them. Any doubts I had vanished the instant I saw Saphira fly out of the smoke of the burning plains. I do not know what to do about Helen, though. But I forget myself. These are not your troubles, and I should not lay them upon you. Aragon touched a scroll with the tip of his index finger. Then tell me, why so many papers? Have you become a copyist? The question amused Jayod. Hardly, although the work is often as tedious. Since it was I who discovered the hidden passageway into Galbatorix's castle, in Uruivane, and I was able to bring with me some of the rare books from my library in Term, Nasuda has set me to searching for similar weaknesses in the other cities of the Empire. If I could find mention of a tunnel that led underneath the walls of Drosleona, for example, it might save us a great deal of bloodshed. Where are you looking? Everywhere I can. Jayod brushed back the lock of hair that was hanging over his forehead. Histories, myths, legends, poems, songs, religious tracts, the writings of writers, magicians, wanderers, madmen, obscure potentates, various generals, anyone who might have knowledge of a hidden door or a secret mechanism or something of that ilk that we might turn to our advantage. The amount of material I have to sift through is immense, for all of the cities have stood for hundreds of years, and some antedate the arrival of humans in Algesia. Is it likely you will actually find anything? No, not likely. It is never likely that you will succeed in ferreting out the secrets of the past. But I may still prevail, given enough time. I have no doubt that what I am searching for exists in each of the cities. They are too old not to contain surreptitious ways in and out through their walls. However, it is another question entirely whether records of those ways exist and whether we possess those records. People who know about concealed trapdoors and the like usually want to keep the information to themselves. Jayod grasped a handful of the papers next to him on the cot and brought them closer to his face, then snorted and tossed the papers away. I'm trying to solve riddles invented by people who didn't want them to be solved. He and Aragon continued talking about other, less important matters until Helen reappeared, carrying 3 mugs of steaming hot red clover tea. As Aragon accepted his mug, he noted that her earlier anger seemed to have subsided, and he wondered if she had been listening outside to what Jayod had said about her. She handed Jayod his mug and, from somewhere behind Aragon, procured a tin plate laden with flat biscuits and a small clay pot of honey. Then she withdrew a few feet and stood leaning against the center pole, blowing on her own mug. As was polite, Jayod waited until Aragon had taken a biscuit from the plate and consumed a bite of it before saying, "To what do I owe the pleasure of your company, Aragon? Unless I am mistaken, this is no idle visit." Aragon sipped his tea. "After the Battle of the Burning Plains, I promised I would tell you how Brahm died. That is why I have come." A great pallor replaced the color in Jayod's cheeks. "Oh. I don't have to, if that's not what you want," Aragon quickly pointed out. With an effort, Jayod shook his head. "No, I do. You merely caught me by surprise." When Jayod did not ask Helen to leave, Aragon was uncertain whether he should continue, but then he decided that it did not matter if Helen or anyone else heard his story. In a slow, deliberate voice, Aragon began to recount the events that had transpired since he and Brahm had left Jayod's house. He described their encounter with the band of Urgals, their search for the Rizak in Dros Leona, how the Rizak had ambushed them outside the city, and how the Rizak had stabbed Brahm as they fled from Murtaugh's attack. Aragon's throat constricted as he spoke of Brahm's last hours, of the cool sandstone cave where he had lain, of the feelings of helplessness that had assailed Aragon as he watched Brahm slipping away, of the smell of death that had pervaded the dry air, of Brahm's final words, of the sandstone tomb Aragon had made with magic, and of how Saphira had transformed it into pure diamond. "If only I had known what I know now," Aragon said, "then I could have saved him." Instead, unable to summon words past the tightness in his throat, he wiped his eyes and gulped at his tea. He wished it were something stronger. A sigh escaped Jayod, and so ended Brahm. "Alas, we are all far worse off without him. If he could have chosen the means of his death, though, I think he would have chosen to die like this, in the service of the Varden, defending the last free dragon rider." "Were you aware that he had been a rider himself?" Jayod nodded. "The Varden told me before I met him." "He seemed as if he was a man who revealed little about himself," observed Helen. Jayod and Aragon laughed. "That he was," said Jayod. "I still have not recovered from the shock of seeing him and you, Aragon, standing on our doorstep. Brahm always kept his own counsel, but we became close friends when we were traveling together, and I cannot understand why he let me believe he was dead for what, 16, 17 years. Too long. What's more, since it was Brahm who delivered Saphira's egg to the Varden after he slew Morzin in Gilead, the Varden couldn't very well tell me they had her egg without revealing that Brahm was still alive. So I've spent the better part of 2 decades convinced that the one great adventure of my life had ended in failure and that, as a result, we had lost our only hope of having a dragon rider to help us overthrow Galbatorix. The knowledge was no easy burden, I can assure you." Ellipsis quote. With one hand, Jayod rubbed his brow. "When I opened our front door and realized whom I was looking at, I thought that the ghosts of my past had come to haunt me. Brahm said he kept himself hidden to ensure that he would still be alive to train the new rider when he or she should appear, but his explanation has never entirely satisfied me. Why was it necessary for him to cut himself off from nearly everyone he knew or cared about? What was he afraid of? What was he protecting?" Jayod fingered the handle of his mug. "I cannot prove it, but it seems to me that Brahm must have discovered something in Gilead when he was fighting Morzin and his dragon, something so momentous, it moved Brahm to abandon everything that was his life up until then. It's a fanciful conjecture, I admit, but I cannot account for Brahm's actions except by postulating that there was a piece of information he never shared with me nor another living soul." Again Jayod sighed, and he drew a hand down his long face. "After so many years apart, I had hoped Brahm and I might ride together once more, but fate had other ideas, it seems. And then to lose him a second time but a few weeks after discovering he was still alive was a cruel joke for the world to play." Helen swept past Aragon and went to stand by Jayod, touching him on the shoulder. He offered her a wan smile and wrapped an arm around her narrow waist. "I'm glad that you and Saphira gave Brahm a tomb even a dwarf king might envy. He deserves it and more for all he did for Aladizia. Although once people discover his grave, I have a horrible suspicion they will not hesitate to break it apart for the diamond." "If they do, they will regret it," muttered Aragon. He resolved to return to the site at the earliest opportunity and place wards around Brahm's tomb to protect it from grave robbers. Besides, they will be too busy hunting gold lilies to bother Brahm. What? Nothing. It's not important. The three of them sipped their tea. Helen nibbled on a biscuit. Then Aragon asked, "You met Morzin, didn't you?" They were not the friendliest of occasions, but yes, I met him. What was he like? As a person, I really couldn't say, although I'm well acquainted with tales of his atrocities. Every time Brom and I crossed paths with him, he was trying to kill us. Or rather, capture, torture, and then kill us, none of which are conducive to establishing a close relationship. Aragon was too intent to respond to Jayod's humor. Jayod shifted on the bed. As a warrior, Morzin was terrifying. We spent a great deal of time running away from him. I seem to remember, him and his dragon, that is. Few things are as frightening as having an enraged dragon chasing you. How did he look? You seem inordinately interested in him. Aragon blinked once. I'm curious. He was the last of the Forsworn to die, and Brom was the one who slew him. And now Morzin's son is my mortal enemy. Let me see, then, said Jayod. He was tall, he had broad shoulders, his hair was dark like a raven's feathers, and his eyes were different colors. One was blue and one was black. His chin was bare, and he was missing the tip of one of his fingers, I forget which. Handsome he was, in a cruel, haughty manner, and when he spoke, he was most charismatic. His armor was always polished bright, whether mail or a breastplate, as if he had no fear of being spotted by his enemies, which I suppose he hadn't. When he laughed, it sounded as if he were in pain. What of his companion, the woman Selena? Did you meet her as well? Jayod laughed. If I had, I would not be here today. Morzin may have been a fearsome swordsman, a formidable magician, and a murderous traitor, but it was that woman of his who inspired the most terror in people. Morzin only used her for missions that were so repugnant, difficult, or secretive that no one else would agree to undertake them. She was his black hand, and her presence always signaled imminent death, torture, betrayal, or some other horror. Aragon felt sick hearing his mother described thusly. She was utterly ruthless, devoid of either pity or compassion. It was said that when she asked Morzin to enter his service, he tested her by teaching her the word for heal in the ancient language, for she was a spellcaster as well as a common fighter, and then pitting her against 12 of his finest swordsmen. How did she defeat them? She healed them of their fear and their hate and all the things that drive a man to kill. And then while they stood grinning at each other like idiot sheep, she went up to the men and cut their throats. Are you feeling well, Aragon? You are as pale as a corpse. I'm fine. What else do you remember? Jayod tapped the side of his mug. Precious little concerning Selena. She was always somewhat of an enigma. No one besides Morzin even knew her real name until just a few months before Morzin's death. To the public at large, she has never been anything other than the Black Hand, the Black Hand we have now, the collection of spies, assassins, and magicians who carry out Galbatorix's low skullduggery, is Galbatorix's attempt to recreate Selena's usefulness to Morzin. Even among the Varden, only a handful of people were privy to her name, and most of them are moldering in graves now. As I recall, it was Brom who discovered her true identity. Before I went to the Varden with the information concerning the secret passageway into Castle Illyria, which the elves built millennia ago and which Galbatorix expanded upon to form the Black Citadel that now dominates Uruibane, before I went to them, Brom had spent a rather significant length of time spying on Morzin's estate in the hope he might unearth a hitherto unsuspected weakness of Morzin's. I believe Brom gained admittance to Morzin's hall by disguising himself as a member of the serving staff. It was then that he found out what he did about Selena. Still, we never did learn why she was so attached to Morzin. Perhaps she loved him. In any event, she was utterly loyal to him, even to the point of death. Soon after Brom killed Morzin, word reached the Varden that sickness had taken her. It is as if the trained hawk was so fond of her master, she could not live without him. She was not entirely loyal, thought Aragon. She defied Morzin when it came to me, even though she lost her life as a result. If only she could have rescued Murtaugh as well. As for Jayod's accounts of her misdeeds, Aragon chose to believe that Morzin had perverted her essentially good nature. For the sake of his own sanity, Aragon could not accept that both his parents had been evil. She loved him, he said, staring at the murky dregs at the bottom of his mug. In the beginning, she loved him, maybe not so much later. Murtaugh is her son. Jayod raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you have it from Murtaugh himself, I suppose. Aragon nodded. Well, that explains a number of questions I always had. Murtaugh's mother, I'm surprised that Brom didn't uncover that particular secret. Morzin did everything he could to conceal Murtaugh's existence, even from the other members of the Forsworn. Knowing the history of those power-hungry, backstabbing knaves, he probably saved Murtaugh's life. More's the pity too. Silence crept among them then, like a shy animal ready to flee at the slightest motion. Aragon continued to gaze into his mug. A host of questions bedeviled him, but he knew that Jayod could not answer them, and it was unlikely anyone else could either. Why had Brom hidden himself in Carvajal? To keep watch over Aragon, the son of his most hated foe. Had it been some cruel joke giving Aragon Zarok, his father's blade? And why had Brom not told him the truth about his parentage? He tightened his grip on the mug and, without meaning to, shattered the clay. The three of them started at the unexpected noise. "Here, let me help you with that," said Helen, bustling forward and dabbing at his tunic with a rag. Embarrassed, Aragon apologized several times, to which both Jayod and Helen responded by assuring him it was a small mishap and not to worry himself about it. While Helen picked up the shards of fire-hardened clay, Jayod began to dig through the layers of books, scrolls, and loose papers that covered the bed, saying, "It had nearly slipped my mind. I have something for you, Aragon, that might prove useful. If only I can find it here." With a pleased exclamation, he straightened, flourishing a book, which he handed to Aragon. It was Domia Abr Werda, The Dominance of Fate, a complete history of Algesia written by Heslant the monk. Aragon had first seen it in Jayod's library in Term. He had not expected that he would ever get a chance to examine it again. Savoring the feeling, he ran his hands over the carved leather on the front cover, which was shiny with age, then opened the book and admired the neat rows of runes within, lettered in glossy red ink. Awed by the size of the knowledge hoard he held, Aragon said, "You wish me to have this?" "I do," asserted Jayod. He moved out of the way as Helen retrieved a fragment of the mug from under the bed. "I think you might profit by it. You are engaged in historic events, Aragon, and the roots of the difficulties you face lie in happenings from decades, centuries, and millennia ago. If I were you, I would study at every opportunity the lessons history has to teach us, for they may help you with the problems of today. In my own life, reading the record of the past has often provided me with the courage and the insight to choose the correct path." Aragon longed to accept the gift, but still he hesitated. "Brom said that Domia Abr Werda was the most valuable thing in your house. And rare as well. Besides, what of your work? Don't you need this for your research?" "Domia Abr Werda is valuable and it is rare," said Jayod, "but only in the Empire, where Galbatorix burns every copy he finds and hangs their unfortunate owners. Here in the camp, I have already had 6 copies foisted upon me by members of King Orin's court, and this is hardly what one would call a great center of learning. However, I do not part with it lightly, and only because you can put it to better use than I can. Books should go where they will be most appreciated, and not sit unread, gathering dust on a forgotten shelf, don't you agree?" "I do." Aragon closed Domia Abr Werda and again traced the intricate patterns on the front with his fingers, fascinated by the swirling designs that had been chiseled into the leather. "Thank you. I shall treasure it for as long as it is mine to watch over." Jayod dipped his head and leaned back against the wall of the tent, appearing satisfied. Turning the book on its edge, Aragon examined the lettering on the spine. What was Heslant a monk of? A small, secretive sect called the Arsena that originated in the area of Iquasta. Their order, which has endured for at least 500 years, believes that all knowledge is sacred. A hint of a smile lent Jayod's features a mysterious cast. They have dedicated themselves to collecting every piece of information in the world and preserving it against a time when they believe an unspecified catastrophe will destroy all the civilizations in Algesia. "It seems a strange religion," Aragon said. "Are not all religions strange to those who stand outside of them?" countered Jayod. Aragon said, "I have a gift for you as well, or rather, for you, Helen." She tilted her head, a quizzical frown on her face. "Your family was a merchant family, yes?" She jerked her chin in an affirmative. "Were you very familiar with the business yourself?" Lightning sparked in Helen's eyes. "If I had not married him," she motioned with a shoulder, "I would have taken over the family affairs when my father died. I was an only child, and my father taught me everything he knew." That was what Aragon had hoped to hear. To Jayod, he said, "You claimed that you are content with your lot here with the Varden. And so I am. Mostly. I understand. However, you risked a great deal to help Brom and me, and you risked even more to help Roran and everyone else from Carvajal. The Palanker pirates." Aragon chuckled and continued, "Without your assistance, the Empire would surely have captured them. And because of your act of rebellion, you both lost all that was dear to you in Term. We would have lost it anyway. I was bankrupt and the twins had betrayed me to the Empire. It was only a matter of time before Lord Risthart had me arrested. Maybe, but you still helped Roran. Who can blame you if you were protecting your own necks at the same time? The fact remains that you abandoned your lives in Term in order to steal the dragon wing along with Roran and the villagers. And for your sacrifice, I will always be grateful. So this is part of my thanks. Ellipsis quote. Sliding a finger underneath his belt, Aragon removed the second of the 3 gold orbs and presented it to Helen. She cradled it as gently as if it were a baby robin. While she gazed at it with wonder, and Jayod craned his neck to see over the edge of her hand, Aragon said, "It's not a fortune, but if you are clever, you should be able to make it grow." What Nasuda did with lace taught me that there is a great deal of opportunity for a person to prosper in war. Oh yes, breathed Helen. War is a merchant's delight. For one, Nasuda mentioned to me last night at dinner that the dwarves are running low on meat, and as you might suspect, they have the means to buy as many casks as they want, even if the price were 1,000-fold of what it was before the war. But then, that's just a suggestion. You may find others who are more desperate to trade if you look for yourself. Aragon staggered back a step as Helen rushed at him and embraced him. Her hair tickled his chin. She released him, suddenly shy, then her excitement burst forth again and she lifted the honey-colored globe in front of her nose and said, "Thank you, Aragon." "Oh, thank you." She pointed at the gold. "This I can use. I know I can. With it, I'll build an empire even larger than my father's." The shiny orb disappeared within her clenched fist. "You believe my ambition exceeds my abilities. It shall be as I have said. I shall not fail." Aragon bowed to her. "I hope that you succeed and that your success benefits us all." Aragon noticed that hard cords stood out in Helen's neck as she curtsied and said, "You are most generous, Shadeslayer. Again I thank you." "Yes, thank you," said Jayod, rising from the bed. "I cannot think that we deserve this." Helen shot him a furious look, which he ignored, but it is most welcome nevertheless. Improvising, Aragon added, "And for you, Jayod, your gift is not from me, but Saphira. She has agreed to let you fly on her when you both have a spare hour or two." It pained Aragon to share Saphira, and he knew that she would be upset he had not consulted her before volunteering her services, but after giving Helen the gold, he would have felt guilty about not giving Jayod something of equal value. A film of tears glazed Jayod's eyes. He grasped Aragon's hand and shook it and, still holding it, said, "I cannot imagine a higher honor. Thank you. You don't know how much you have done for us." Extricating himself from Jayod's grip, Aragon edged toward the entrance to the tent while excusing himself as gracefully as he could in making his farewells. Finally, after yet another round of thanks on their part and a self-deprecating, "It was nothing," he managed to escape outdoors. Aragon hefted Domia Abr Werda and then glanced at the sun. It would not be long until Saphira returned, but he still had time to attend to one other thing. First, though, he would have to stop by his tent. He did not want to risk damaging Domia Abr Werda by carrying it with him across the camp. "I own a book," he thought, delighted. He set off at a trot, clasping the book against his chest, as Bloodborne and the other elves followed close behind. "I need a sword." Once Domia Abr Werda was safely ensconced in his tent, Aragon went to the Varden's armory, a large open pavilion filled with racks of spears, swords, pikes, bows, and crossbows. Mounds of shields and leather armor filled slatted crates. The more expensive mail, tunics, coifs, and leggings hung on wooden stands. Hundreds of conical helmets gleamed like polished silver. Bales of arrows lined the pavilion, and among them sat a score or more Fletchers, busy refurbishing arrows whose feathers had been damaged during the Battle of the Burning Plains. A constant stream of men rushed in and out of the pavilion, some bringing weapons and armor to be repaired, others new recruits coming to be outfitted, and still others ferrying equipment to different parts of the camp. Everyone seemed to be shouting at the top of their lungs. And in the center of the commotion stood the man Aragon had hoped to see, Frederick, the Varden's weapon master. Bloodborne accompanied Aragon as he strode into the pavilion toward Frederick. As soon as they stepped underneath the cloth roof, the men inside fell silent, their eyes fixed on the two of them. Then they resumed their activities, albeit with quicker steps and quieter voices. Raising an arm in welcome, Frederick hurried to meet them. As always, he wore his suit of hairy oxhide armor, which smelled nearly as offensive as the animal must have in its original form, as well as a massive two-handed sword hung crosswise over his back, the hilt projecting above his right shoulder. Shadeslayer, he rumbled. How can I help you this fine afternoon? I need a sword. Frederick's smile broke through his beard. Ah, I wondered if you'd be visiting me about that. When you set out for Helgrund without a blade in hand, I thought, well, maybe you're beyond such things now. Maybe you can do all your fighting with magic. No, not yet. Well, I can't say as I'm sorry. Everyone needs a good sword, no matter how skilled they may be with conjuring. In the end, it always comes down to steel against steel. Just you watch, that's how this fight with the Empire will be resolved, with the point of a sword being driven through Galbatorix's accursed heart. Hey, I'd wager a year's wages that even Galbatorix has a sword of his own and that he uses it too, despite him being able to gut you like a fish with a flick of his finger. Nothing can quite compare to the feel of fine steel in your fist. While he spoke, Frederick led them toward a rack of swords that stood apart from the others. What kind of sword are you looking for? He asked. That Zarok you had was a one-handed sword, if I remember rightly. With a blade about 2 thumbs wide, 2 of my thumbs, in any case, and of a shape equally suited for both the cut and thrust, yes. Aragon indicated that was so, and the weapon master grunted and began to pull swords off the rack and swing them through the air, only to replace them with seeming dissatisfaction. Elf blades tend to be thinner and lighter than ours or the dwarves, on account of the enchantments they forge into the steel. If we made ours as delicate as theirs, the swords wouldn't last more than a minute in a battle before bending, breaking, or chipping so badly, you couldn't cut soft cheese with them. His eyes darted toward Blodgarm. Isn't that so, Elf? Even as you say, human, responded Blodgarm in a perfectly modulated voice. Frederick nodded and examined the edge of another sword, then snorted and dropped it back on the rack. Which means whatever sword you choose will probably be heavier than you're used to. That shouldn't pose much difficulty for you, Shadeslayer, but the extra weight may still upset the timing of your blows. I appreciate the warning, said Aragon. Not at all, said Frederick. That's what I'm here for, to keep as many of the Varden from getting killed as I can and to help them kill as many of Galbatorix's blasted soldiers as I can. It's a good job. Leaving the rack, he lumbered over to another one, hidden behind a pile of rectangular shields. Finding the right sword for someone is an art unto itself. A sword should feel like an extension of your arm, as if it had grown out of your very flesh. You shouldn't have to think about how you want it to move, you should simply move it as instinctively as an egret his beak or a dragon her claws. The perfect sword is intent incarnate. What you want, so it does. You sound like a poet. With a modest expression, Frederick half shrugged. I've been picking weapons for men who are about to march into combat for 26 years. It seeps into your bones after a while, turns your mind to thoughts of fate and destiny and whether that young fellow I sent off with a billed pike would still be alive if I had given him a mace instead. Frederick paused with a hand hovering over the middle sword on the rack and looked at Aragon. Do you prefer to fight with or without a shield? With, Aragon said, but I can't carry one around with me all the time. And there never seems to be one handy when I'm attacked. Frederick tapped the hilt of the sword and gnawed on the edge of his beard. So you need a sword you can use by itself, but that's not too long to use with every kind of shield from a buckler to a wall shield. That means a sword of medium length, easy to wield with one arm. It has to be a blade you can wear at all occasions, elegant enough for a coronation and tough enough to fend off a band of cull. He grimaced. It's not natural, what Nasud has done, allying us with those monsters. It can't last. The likes of us and them were never meant to mix. He shook himself. It's a pity you only want a single sword. Or am I mistaken? No, Saphira and I travel far too much to be lugging around a half-dozen blades. I suppose you're right. Besides, a warrior like you isn't expected to have more than one weapon. The curse of the named blade, I call it. What's that? Every great warrior, said Frederick, wields a sword. It's usually a sword that has a name. Either he names it himself or, once he proves his prowess with some extraordinary feat, the bards name it for him. Thereafter, he has to use that sword. It's expected of him. If he shows up to a battle without it, his fellow warriors will ask where it is, and they will wonder if he is ashamed of his success and if he is insulting them by rejecting the acclaim they have bestowed upon him, and even his enemies may insist upon waiting to fight until he fetches his famed blade. Just you watch. As soon as you fight Murta or do anything else memorable with your new sword, the Varden will insist upon giving it a title. And they will look to see it on your hip from then on. He continued speaking while he proceeded to a third rack. I never thought I would be fortunate enough to help a rider choose his weapon. What an opportunity. It feels as if this is a culmination of my work with the Varden. Plucking a sword from the rack, Frederick handed it to Aragon. Aragon tilted the tip of the sword up and down, then shook his head. The shape of the hilt was wrong for his hand. The weapon master did not seem disappointed. To the contrary, Aragon's rejection seemed to invigorate him, as if he relished the challenge Aragon posed. He presented another sword to Aragon, and again Aragon shook his head. The balance was too far forward for his liking. What worries me, Frederick said, returning to the rack, is that any sword I give you will have to withstand impacts that would destroy an ordinary blade. What you need is dwarf work. Their smiths are the finest besides the elves, and sometimes they even exceed them. Frederick peered at Aragon. Hold now, I've been asking the wrong questions. How was it you were taught to block and parry? Was it edge on edge? I seem to recall you doing something of the kind when you dueled Arya in Farth and Dewar. Aragon frowned. What of it? What of it? Frederick guffawed. Not to be disrespectful, Shadeslayer, but if you hit the edge of a sword against that of another, you will cause grave damage to both. That might not have been a problem with an enchanted blade like Zarok, but you can't do it with any of the swords I have here, not unless you want to replace your sword after every battle. An image flashed in Aragon's mind of the chipped edges of Murtaugh's sword, and he felt irritated with himself for having forgotten something so obvious. He had become accustomed to Zarok, which never dulled, never showed signs of wear, and, so far as he knew, was impervious to most spells. He was not even sure it was possible to destroy a rider's sword. You need not worry about that. I will protect the sword with magic. Must I wait all day for a weapon? One more question, Shadeslayer. Will your magic last forever? Aragon's frown deepened. Since you ask, no. Only one elf understands the making of a rider's sword, and she has not shared her secrets with me. What I can do is transfer a certain amount of energy into a sword. The energy will keep it from getting damaged until the blows that would have damaged the sword exhaust the store of energy, at which point the sword will revert to its original state and, odds are, shatter in my grip the next time I close with my opponent. Frederick scratched his beard. I'll take your word for it, Shadeslayer. The point being, if you hammer on soldiers long enough, you'll wear out your spells, and the harder you hammer, the sooner the spells will vanish. Exactly. Then you should still avoid going edge on edge, as it will wear out your spells faster than most any other move. I don't have time for this, Aragon snapped, his impatience overflowing. I don't have the time to learn a completely different way of fighting. The Empire might attack at any moment. I have to concentrate on practicing what I do know, not trying to master a whole new set of forms. Frederick clapped his hands. I know just the thing for you, then. Going to a crate filled with arms, he began digging through it, talking to himself as he did. First this, then that, and then we'll see where we stand. From the bottom of the crate, he pulled out a large black mace with a flanged head. Frederick rapped a knuckle against the mace. You can break swords with this. You can split mail and batter in helms, and you won't do it the slightest bit of harm, no matter what you hit. It's a club, Aragon protested. A metal club. What of it? With your strength, you can swing it as if it were light as a reed. You'll be a terror on the battlefield with this, you will. Aragon shook his head. No, smashing things isn't how I prefer to fight. Besides, I would never have been able to kill Durza by stabbing him through the heart if I had been carrying a mace instead of a sword. Then I have only one more suggestion, unless you insist upon a traditional blade. From another part of the pavilion, Frederick brought Aragon a weapon he identified as a falchion. It was a sword, but not a type of sword Aragon was accustomed to, although he had seen them among the Varden before. The falchion had a polished, disc-shaped pommel, bright as a silver coin, a short grip made of wood covered with black leather, a curved crossguard carved with a line of dwarf runes, and a single-edged blade that was as long as his outstretched arm and had a thin fuller on either side, close to the spine. The falchion was straight until about 6 inches from the end, where the back of the blade flared upward in a small peak before gently curving down to the needle-sharp tip. This widening of the blade reduced the likelihood that the point would bend or snap when driven through armor and lent the end of the falchion a fang-like appearance. Unlike a double-edged sword, the falchion was made to be held with the blade and crossguard perpendicular to the ground. The most curious aspect of the falchion, though, was the bottom half-inch of the blade, including the edge, which was pearly gray and substantially darker than the mirror-smooth steel above. The boundary between the two areas was wavy, like a silk scarf rippling in the wind. Aragon pointed at the gray band. I've not seen that before. What is it? The Thrykinstal, said Frederick. The dwarves invented it. They temper the edge and the spine separately. The edge they make hard, harder than we dare with the whole of our blades. The middle of the blade and the spine they anneal so that the back of the falchion is softer than the edge, soft enough to bend and flex and survive the stress of battle without fracturing like a frost-ridden file. Do the dwarves treat all their blades thusly? Frederick shook his head. Only their single-edged swords and the finest of their double-edged swords. He hesitated, and uncertainty crept into his gaze. You understand why I chose this for you, Shadeslayer, yes. Aragon understood. With the blade of the falchion at right angles to the ground, unless he deliberately tilted his wrist, any blows he caught on the sword would strike the flat of the blade, saving the edge for attacks of his own. Wielding the falchion would require only a small adjustment to his fighting style. Striding out of the pavilion, he assumed a ready position with the falchion. Swinging it over his head, he brought it down upon the head of an imaginary foe, then twisted and lunged, beat aside an invisible spear, sprang 6 yards to his left, and, in a brilliant but impractical move, spun the blade behind his back, passing it from one hand to the next as he did so. His breathing and heartbeat calm as ever, he returned to where Frederick and Bloodborne were waiting. The speed and balance of the falchion had impressed Aragon. It was not the equal of Zarok, but it was still a superb sword. You chose well, he said. Frederick detected the reticence in his bearing, however, for he said, and yet you are not entirely pleased, Shadeslayer. Aragon twirled the falchion in a circle, then grimaced. I just wish it didn't look so much like a big skinning knife. I feel rather ridiculous with it. Ah, pay no heed if your enemies laugh. They'll not be able to once you lop off their heads. Amused, Aragon nodded. I'll take it. One moment, then, said Frederick, and disappeared into the pavilion, returning with a black leather scabbard decorated with silver scrollwork. He handed the scabbard to Aragon and asked, Did you ever learn how to sharpen a sword, Shadeslayer? You wouldn't have had need with Zarok, would you? No, Aragon admitted, but I am a fair hand with a whetstone. I can hone a knife until it is so keen, it will cut a thread draped over it. Besides, I can always true up the edge with magic if I have to. Frederick groaned and slapped his thighs, knocking loose a dozen or so hairs from his oxhide leggings. No, a razor-thin edge is just what you don't want on a sword. The bevel has to be thick, thick and strong. A warrior has to be able to maintain his equipment properly, and that includes knowing how to sharpen his sword. Frederick insisted, then, on procuring a new whetstone for Aragon and showing him exactly how to put a battle-ready edge on the falchion while they sat in the dirt beside the pavilion. Once he was satisfied that Aragon could grind an entirely new edge on the sword, he said, You can fight with rusty armor. You can fight with a dented helmet. But if you want to see the sun rise again, never fight with a dull sword. If you've just survived a battle and you're tired as a man who has climbed one of the Bior mountains and your sword isn't sharp as it is now, it doesn't matter how you feel, you plunk yourself down the first chance you get and pull out your whetstone and strop. Just as you would see to your horse, or to Saphira, before you attended to your own needs, so too you should care for your sword before yourself. Because without it, you're no more than helpless prey for your enemies. They had been sitting out in the late afternoon sun for over an hour by the time the weapon master finally finished his instructions. As he did, a cool shadow slid over them and Saphira landed close by. You waited, said Aragon. You deliberately waited. You could have rescued me ages ago, but instead you left me here to listen to Frederick go on about water stones, oil stones, and whether linseed oil is better than rendered fat for protecting metal from water. And is it? Not really. It's just not as smelly. But that's irrelevant. Why did you leave me to this doom? One of her thick eyelids drooped in a lazy wink. Don't exaggerate. Doom. You and I have far worse dooms to look forward to if we are not properly prepared. What the man with the smelly clothes was saying seemed important for you to know. Well, perhaps it was, he conceded. She arched her neck and licked the claws on her right foreleg. After thanking Frederick and bidding him farewell, and agreeing upon a meeting place with Bloodborne, Aragon fastened the falchion to the belt of Beloth the wife and clambered onto Saphira's back. He moved and she roared as she raised her wings and surged up into the sky. Giddy, Aragon clung to the spike in front of him and watched the people and tents below dwindle away into flat, miniature versions of themselves. From above, the camp was a grid of gray, triangular peaks, the eastern faces of which were deep in shadow, giving the whole region a checkered appearance. The fortifications that encircled the camp bristled like a hedgehog, the white tips of the distant poles bright in the slanted sunlight. King Orin's cavalry was a mass of milling dots in the northwestern quadrant of the camp. To the east was the Urgle's camp, low and dark on the rolling plain. They soared higher. The cold, pure air stung Aragon's cheeks and burned in his lungs. He took only shallow breaths. Beside them floated a thick column of clouds, looking as solid as whipped cream. Saphira spiraled around it, her ragged shadow racing across the plume. A lone scrap of moisture struck Aragon, blinding him for a few seconds and filling his nose and mouth with frigid droplets. He gasped and wiped his face. They rose above the clouds. A red eagle screeched at them as it flew past. Saphira's flapping became labored, and Aragon began to feel lightheaded. Stilling her wings, Saphira glided from one thermal to the next, maintaining her altitude but ascending no farther. Aragon looked down. They were so high, height had ceased to matter and things on the ground no longer seemed real. The Vardens' camp was an irregularly shaped playing board covered with tiny gray and black rectangles. The giant river was a silver rope fringed with green tassels. To the south, the sulphurous clouds rising from the burning plains formed a range of glowing orange mountains, home to shadowy monsters that flickered in and out of existence. Aragon quickly averted his gaze. For perhaps half an hour, he and Saphira drifted with the wind, relaxing in the silent comfort of each other's company. An inaudible spell served to insulate Aragon from the chill. At last they were alone together, alone as they had been in Palanquer Valley before the Empire had intruded upon their life. Saphira was the first to speak. We are the rulers of the sky. Here at the ceiling of the world, Aragon reached up, as if from where he sat he could brush the stars. Banking to the left, Saphira caught a gust of warmer air from below, then leveled off again. You will marry Roran and Katrina tomorrow. What a strange thought that is. Strange Roran should marry, and strange I should be the one to perform the ceremony. Roran married. Thinking about it makes me feel older. Even we, who were boys but a short while ago, cannot escape the inexorable progress of time. So the generations pass, and soon it will be our turn to send our children out into the land to do the work that needs to be done. But not unless we can survive the next few months. Aye, there is that. Saphira wobbled as turbulence buffeted them. Then she looked back at him and asked, "Ready? Go." Tilting forward, she pulled her wings close against her sides and plummeted toward the ground, faster than a speeding arrow. Aragon laughed as the sensation of weightlessness overtook him. He tightened his legs around Saphira to keep himself from drifting away from her, then, overtaken by a surge of recklessness, released his grip and held his hands over his head. The disk of land below spun like a wheel as Saphira augured through the air. Slowing and then stopping her rotation, she rolled to the right until she was falling upside down. Saphira, cried Aragon, and pounded her shoulder. A ribbon of smoke streaming from her nostrils, she righted herself and again pointed herself at the fast approaching ground. Aragon's ears popped, and he worked his jaw as the pressure increased. Less than 1,000 feet above the Vardens' camp, and only a few seconds from crashing into the tents and excavating a large and bloody crater, Saphira allowed the wind to catch her wings. The subsequent jolt threw Aragon forward, and the spike he had been holding nearly stabbed him in the eye. With 3 powerful flaps, Saphira brought them to a complete halt. Locking her wings outstretched, she then began to gently circle downward. Now that was fun, exclaimed Aragon. There is no more exciting sport than flying, for if you lose, you die. Ah, but I have complete confidence in your abilities, you would never run us into the ground. Her pleasure at his compliment radiated from her. Angling toward his tent, she shook her head, jostling him, and said, I ought to be accustomed to it by now, but every time I come out of a dive like that, it makes my chest and wing arms so sore, the next morning I can barely move. He patted her. Well, you shouldn't have to fly tomorrow. The wedding is our only obligation, and you can walk to it. She grunted and landed amid a billow of dust, knocking over an empty tent with her tail in the process. Dismounting, Aragon left her grooming herself with 6 of the elves standing nearby, and with the other 6, he trotted through the camp until he located the healer Gertrude. From her he learned the marriage rites he would need the following day, and he practiced them with her that he might avoid an embarrassing blunder when the moment arrived. Then Aragon returned to his tent and washed his face and changed his clothes before going with Saphira to dine with King Orin and his entourage, as promised. Late that night, when the feast was finally over, Aragon and Saphira walked back to his tent, gazing at the stars and talking about what had been and what yet might be. And they were happy. When they arrived at their destination, Aragon paused and looked up at Saphira, and his heart was so full of love, he thought it might stop beating. Good night, Saphira. Good night, little one. Unexpected guests. The The next morning, Aragon went behind his tent, removed his heavy outer clothes, and began to glide through the poses of the second level of the Rimgar, the series of exercises the elves had invented. Soon his initial chill vanished. He began to pant from the effort, and sweat coated his limbs, which made it difficult for him to keep hold of his feet or his hands when contorted into a position that felt as if it were going to tear the muscles from his bones. An hour later, he finished the Rimgar. Drying his palms on the corner of his tent, he drew the falchion and practiced his swordsmanship for another 30 minutes. He would have preferred to continue familiarizing himself with the sword for the rest of the day, for he knew his life might depend upon his skill with it, but Roran's wedding was fast approaching, and the villagers could use all the help they could get if they were to complete the preparations in time. Refreshed, Aragon bathed in cold water and dressed, and then he and Saphira walked to where Elaine was overseeing the cooking of Roran and Katrina's wedding feast. Bloodborne and his companions followed a dozen or so yards behind, moving between the tents with stealthy ease. "Ah, good, Aragon," Elaine said. "I had hoped you would come." She stood with both her hands pressed into the small of her back to relieve the weight of her pregnancy. Pointing with her chin past a row of spits and cauldrons suspended over a bed of coals, past a clump of men butchering a hog, past 3 makeshift ovens built of mud and stone, and past a pile of kegs toward a line of planks set on stumps that 6 women were using as a counter, she said, "There are still 20 loaves of bread dough that have to be kneaded. Will you see to it, please?" Then she frowned at the calluses on his knuckles. "And try not to get those in the dough, won't you?" The 6 women standing at the planks, which included Felda and Birgit, fell silent when Aragon took his place among them. His few attempts to restart the conversation failed, but after a while, when he had given up on putting them at ease and was concentrating on his kneading, they resumed talking of their own accord. They spoke about Roran and Katrina and how lucky the 2 of them were and of the villagers, life in the camp and of their journey thence, and then without preamble, Felda looked over at Aragon and said, "Your dough looks a little sticky. Shouldn't you add some flour?" Aragon checked the consistency. "You're right, thank you." Felda smiled, and after that, the women included him in their conversation. While Aragon worked the warm dough, Saphira lay basking on a nearby patch of grass. The children from Carvajal played on and around her. Laughing shrieks punctuated the deeper thrum of the adults' voices. When a pair of mangy dogs started barking at Saphira, she lifted her head off the ground and growled at them. They ran away yipping. Everyone in the clearing was someone Aragon had known while growing up. Horst and Fisk were on the other side of the spits, constructing tables for the feast. Kisselt was wiping the hog's blood off his forearms. Albrecht, Baldor, Mandel, and several other of the younger men were carrying poles wound with ribbons toward the hill where Roran and Katrina wished to be married. The tavern keeper Horn was off mixing the wedding drink, with his wife, Tara, holding 3 flagons and a cask for him. A few hundred feet away, Roran was shouting something at a mule driver who was attempting to run his charges through the clearing. Loring, Delwyn, and the boy Nalfabrel stood clustered nearby, watching. With a loud curse, Roran grabbed the lead mule's harness and struggled to turn the animals around. The sight amused Aragon. He had never known Roran to get so flustered, nor to be so short-tempered. "The mighty warrior is nervous ere his contest," observed Isolde, one of the 6 women next to Aragon. The group laughed. "Perhaps," Birgit said, stirring water into flour, "he is worried his sword may bend in the battle." Gales of merriment swept the women. Aragon's cheeks flushed. He kept his gaze fixed on the dough in front of him and increased the speed of his kneading. Body jokes were common at weddings, and he had enjoyed his share before, but hearing them directed at his cousin disconcerted him. The people who would not be able to attend the wedding were as much on Aragon's mind as those who could. He thought of Bird, Quimby, Carr, Hida, young Elmond, Kelby, and the others who had died because of the Empire. But most of all, he thought of Garrow and wished his uncle were still alive to see his only son acclaimed a hero by the villagers and the Varden alike and to see him take Katrina's hand and finally become a man in full. Closing his eyes, Aragon turned his face toward the noonday sun and smiled up at the sky, content. The weather was pleasant. The aroma of yeast, flour, roasting meat, freshly poured wine, boiling soups, sweet pastries, and melted candies suffused the clearing. His friends and family were gathered around him for celebration and not for mourning. And for the moment, he was safe and Saphira was safe. This is how life ought to be. A single horn rang out across the land, unnaturally loud. Then again. And again. Everyone froze, uncertain what the 3 notes signified. For a brief interval, the entire camp was silent, except for the animals, then the Varden's war drums began to beat. Chaos erupted. Mothers ran for their children and cooks dampened their fires while the rest of the men and women scrambled after their weapons. Aragon sprinted toward Saphira even as she surged to her feet. Reaching out with his mind, he found Bloodborne and, once the elf lowered his defenses somewhat, said, "Meet us at the north entrance." "We hear and obey, Shadowslayer." Aragon flung himself onto Saphira. The instant he got a leg over her neck, she jumped 4 rows of tents, landed, and then jumped a second time, her wings half furled, not flying but rather bounding through the camp like a mountain cat crossing a fast-flowing river. The impact of each landing jarred Aragon's teeth and spine and threatened to knock him off his perch. As they rose and fell, frightened warriors dodging out of their path, Aragon contacted Triana and the other members of Dubrangar Gata, identifying the location of each spellcaster and organizing them for battle. Someone who was not of Dubrangar Gata touched his thoughts. He recoiled, slamming walls up around his consciousness, before he realized that it was Angela the herbalist and allowed the contact. She said, "I am with Nasuda and Elva. Nasuda wants you and Saphira to meet her at the north entrance. As soon as we can." Yes, we're on our way." "What of Elva? Does she sense anything?" "Pain. Great pain. Yours. The Vardens. The others. I'm sorry, she's not very coherent right now. It's too much for her to cope with. I'm going to put her to sleep until the violence is at an end." Angela severed the connection. Like a carpenter laying out and examining his tools before beginning a new project, Aragon reviewed the wards he had placed around himself, Saphira, Nasuda, Arya, and Roran. They all seemed to be in order. Saphira slid to a stop before his tent, furrowing the packed earth with her talons. He leapt off her back, rolling as he struck the ground. Bouncing upright, he dashed inside, undoing his sword belt as he went. He dropped the belt and the attached falchion into the dirt and, scrabbling under his cot, retrieved his armor. The cold, heavy rings of the mail hauberk slid over his head and settled on his shoulders with a sound like falling coins. He tied on his arming cap, placed the coif over it, and then jammed his head into his helm. Snatching up the belt, he refastened it around his waist. With his greaves and his bracers in his left hand, he hooked his little finger through the arm strap of his shield, grabbed Saphira's heavy saddle with his right hand, and burst out of the tent.
Welcome.
Releasing his armor in a noisy clatter, he threw the saddle onto the mound of Saphira's shoulders and climbed after it. In his haste and excitement, and his apprehension, he had trouble buckling the straps. Saphira shifted her stance. "Hurry. You're taking too long." "Yes. I'm moving as fast as I can. It doesn't help you're so blasted big," she growled. The camp swarmed with activity, men and dwarves streaming in jangling rivers toward the north, rushing to answer the summons of the war drums. Aragon collected his abandoned armor off the ground, mounted Saphira, and settled into the saddle. With a flash of down-swept wings, a jolt of acceleration, a blast of swirling air, and the bitter complaint of bracers scraping against shield, Saphira took to the air. While they sped toward the northern edge of the camp, Aragon strapped the greaves to his shins, holding himself on Saphira merely with the strength of his legs. The bracers he wedged between his belly and the front of the saddle. The shield he hung from a neck spike. When the greaves were secure, he slid his legs through the row of leather loops on either side of the saddle, then tightened the slipknot on each loop. Aragon's hand brushed against the belt of Beloth the Wise. He groaned, remembering that he had emptied the belt while healing Saphira in Helgrund. "Arg, I should have stored some energy in it." "We'll be fine," said Saphira. He was just fitting on the bracers when Saphira arched her wings, cupping the air with the translucent membranes, and reared, stalling to a standstill as she alighted upon the crest of one of the embankments that ringed the camp. Nasuda was already there, sitting upon her massive charger, Battlestorm. Beside her was Jormungandr, also mounted, Arya, on foot, and the current watch of the Nighthawks, led by Kagra, one of the Urgals Aragon had met on the burning plains. Bloodborne and the other elves emerged from the forest of tents behind them and stationed themselves close to Aragon and Saphira. From a different part of the camp galloped King Orin and his retinue, reining in their prancing steeds as they drew near Nasuda. Close upon their heels came Narheim, chief of the dwarves, and 3 of his warriors, the group of them riding ponies clad with leather and mail armor. Nargarsvog ran out of the fields to the east, the cull's thudding footsteps preceding his arrival by several seconds. Nasuda shouted an order, and the guards at the north entrance pulled aside the crude wooden gate to allow Garsvog inside the camp, although if he had wanted, the cull probably could have knocked open the gate by himself. "Who challenges?" growled Garsvog, scaling the embankment with 4 inhumanly long strides. The horses shied away from the gigantic Urgal. Look, Nasuda pointed. Aragon was already studying their enemies. Roughly 2 miles away, 5 sleek boats, black as pitch, had landed upon the near bank of the giant river. From the boats there issued a swarm of men garbed in the livery of Galbatorix's army. The host glittered like wind-whipped water under a summer sun as swords, spears, shields, helmets, and mail ringlets caught and reflected the light. Arya shaded her eyes with a hand and squinted at the soldiers. I put their number between 270 and 300. Why so few? Wondered Jormungandr. King Orin scowled. Galbatorix cannot be mad enough to believe he can destroy us with such a paltry force. Orin pulled off his helm, which was in the shape of a crown, and dabbed his brow with the corner of his tunic. We could obliterate that entire group and not lose a man. Maybe, said Nasuda. Maybe not. Gnawing on the words, Garzbog added, the Dragon King is a false-tongued traitor, a rogue ram, but his mind is not feeble. He is cunning like a blood-hungry weasel. The soldiers assembled themselves in orderly ranks and then began marching toward the Barden. A messenger boy ran up to Nasuda. She bent in her saddle to listen, then dismissed him. Nar Garzbog, your people are safe within our camp. They are gathered near the east gate, ready for you to lead them. Garzbog grunted but remained where he was. Looking back at the approaching soldiers, Nasuda said, I can think of no reason to engage them in the open. We can pick them off with archers once they are within range. And when they reach our breastwork, they will break themselves against the trenches and the staves. Not a single one will escape alive, she concluded with evident satisfaction. When they have committed themselves, said Orin, my horsemen and I could ride out and attack them from the rear. They will be so surprised, they will not even have a chance to defend themselves. The tide of battle may. Nasuda was replying when the brazen horn that had announced the arrival of the soldiers sounded once more, so loudly that Aragon, Arya, and the rest of the elves covered their ears. Aragon winced with pain from the blast. Where is that coming from? He asked Saphira. A more important question, I think, is why the soldiers would want to warn us of their attack, if they are indeed responsible for this baying. Maybe it's a diversion or... Aragon forgot what he was going to say as he saw a stir of motion on the far side of the giant river, behind a veil of sorrowful willow trees. Red as a ruby dipped in blood, red as iron hot to forge, red as a burning ember of hate and anger, Thorn appeared above the languishing trees. And upon the back of the glittering dragon, there sat Murtaugh in his bright steel armor, thrusting Zarok high over his head. They have come for us, said Saphira. Aragon's gut twisted, and he felt Saphira's own dread like a current of bilious water running through his mind. Fire in the sky. As Aragon watched Thorn and Murtaugh rise high in the northern sky, he heard Narmine whisper, Barzil, and then curse Murtaugh for killing Hrothgar, the king of the dwarves. Arya spun away from the sight. Nasuda, your majesty, she said, her eyes flicking toward Orin, you have to stop the soldiers before they reach the camp. You cannot allow them to attack our defenses. If they do, they will sweep over these ramparts like a storm-driven wave and wreak untold havoc in our midst, among the tents, where we cannot maneuver effectively. Untold havoc, Orin scoffed. Have you so little confidence in our prowess, ambassador? Humans and dwarves may not be as gifted as elves, but we shall have no difficulty in disposing of these miserable wretches, I can assure you. The lines of Arya's face tightened. Your prowess is without compare, your majesty. I do not doubt it. But listen, this is a trap set for Aragon and Saphira. They, she flung an arm toward the rising figures of Thorn and Murtaugh, have come to capture Aragon and Saphira and spirit them away to Uruibane. Galbatorix would not have sent so few men unless he was confident they could keep the Varden occupied long enough for Murtaugh to overwhelm Aragon. Galbatorix must have placed spells on those men, spells to aid them in their mission. What those enchantments might be, I do not know, but of this I am certain, the soldiers are more than they appear, and we must prevent them from entering this camp. Emerging from his initial shock, Aragon said, you don't want to let Thorn fly over the camp, he could set fire to half of it with a single pass. Nasuda clasped her hands over the pommel of her saddle, seemingly oblivious to Murtaugh and Thorn and to the soldiers, who were now less than a mile away. But why not attack us while we were unawares? She asked. Why alert us to their presence? It was Narheim who answered. Because they would not want Aragon and Saphira to get caught up in the fighting on the ground. No, unless I am mistaken, their plan is for Aragon and Saphira to meet Thorn and Murtaugh in the air while the soldiers assail our position here. Is it wise, then, to accommodate their wishes, to willingly send Aragon and Saphira into this trap? Nasuda raised an eyebrow. Yes, insisted Arya, for we have an advantage they could not suspect. She pointed at Bloodborne. This time Aragon shall not face Murtaugh alone. He will have the combined strength of 13 elves supporting him. Murtaugh will not be expecting that. Stop the soldiers before they reach us, and you will have frustrated part of Galbatorix's design. Send Saphira and Aragon up with the mightiest spellcasters of my race bolstering their efforts, and you will disrupt the remainder of Galbatorix's scheme. You have convinced me, said Nasuda. However, the soldiers are too close for us to intercept them any distance from the camp with men on foot. Orin. Before she finished, the king had turned his horse around and was racing toward the north gate of the camp. One of his retinue winded a trumpet, a signal for the rest of Orin's cavalry to assemble for a charge. To Garzbog, Nasuda said, King Orin will require assistance. Send your rams to join him. Lady Nightstalker, throwing back his massive horned head, Garzbog loosed a wild wailing bellow. The skin on the back of Aragon's arms and neck prickled as he listened to the Urgle's savage howl. With a snap of his jaws, Garzbog ceased his belling and then grunted, they will come. The cull broke into an earth-shattering trot and ran toward the gate where King Orin and his horsemen were gathered. 4 of the Varden dragged open the gate. King Orin raised his sword, shouted, and galloped out of the camp, leading his men toward the soldiers in their gold-stitched tunics. A plume of cream-colored dust billowed out from underneath the hooves of the horses, obscuring the arrowhead-shaped formation from view. Jormungandr, said Nasuda. Yes, my lady. Order 200 swordsmen and 100 spearmen after them, and have 50 archers station themselves 70 to 80 yards away from the fighting. I want these soldiers crushed, Jormungandr, obliterated, ground out of existence. The men are to understand that no quarter is to be given or accepted. Jormungandr bowed. And tell them that although I cannot join them in this battle, on account of my arms, my spirit marches with them. My lady. As Jormungandr hurried off, Narheim urged his pony closer to Nasuda. What of mine own people, Nasuda? What role shall we play? Nasuda frowned at the thick, choking dust that drifted across the rolling expanse of grass. You can help guard our perimeter. If the soldiers should somehow win free of, she was forced to pause as 400 Urgles, more had arrived since the Battle of the Burning Plains, pounded out of the center of the camp, through the gate, and onto the field beyond, roaring incomprehensible war cries the whole while. As they vanished into the dust, Nasuda resumed speaking. If the soldiers should win free, your axes will be most welcome in the lines. The wind gusted toward them, carrying with it the screams of dying men and horses, the shivery sound of metal sliding over metal, the clink of swords glancing off helmets, the dull impact of spears on shields, and, underlying it all, a horrible humorless laughter that issued from a multitude of throats and continued without pause throughout the mayhem. It was, Aragon thought, the laughter of the insane. Narheim pounded his fist against his hip. By Morgothel, we are not ones to stand by idly when there is a fight to be had. Release us, Nasuda, and let us hew a few necks for you. No, exclaimed Nasuda. No, no, and no. I have given you my orders, and I expect you to abide by them. This is a battle of horses and men and Urgles and perhaps even dragons. It is not a fit place for dwarves. You would be trampled like children. At Narheim's outraged oath, she raised a hand. I am well aware you are fearsome warriors. No one knows that better than I, who fought beside you in Farthendur. However, not to put too fine a point on it, you are short by our standards, and I would rather not risk your warriors in a fray such as this, where your stature might be your undoing. Better to wait here, on the high ground, where you stand taller than anyone who tries to climb this berm, and let the soldiers come to you. If any soldiers do reach us, they shall be warriors of such tremendous skill. I want you and your people there to repel them, for one might as well try to uproot a mountain as defeat a dwarf. Still displeased, Narheim grumbled some response, but whatever he said was lost as the Varden Nasuda had deployed filed through the cleft in the embankment where the gate had been. The noise of tramping feet and clattering equipment faded as the men drew away from the camp. Then the wind stiffened into a steady breeze, and from the direction of the fighting, the grim giggle again wafted toward them. A moment later, a mental shout of incredible strength overwhelmed Aragon's defenses and tore through his consciousness, filling him with agony as he heard a man say, "Ah, no, help me. They won't die. Angbard take them, they won't die." The link between their minds vanished then, and Aragon swallowed hard as he realized that the man had been killed. Nasuda shifted in her saddle, her expression strained. "Who was that?" "You heard him too." "It seems we all did," said Arya. "I think it was Barden, one of the spellcasters who rides with King Orin, but..." Aragon. Thorn had been circling higher and higher while King Orin and his men engaged the soldiers, but now the dragon hung motionless in the sky, halfway between the soldiers and the camp, and Murtaugh's voice, augmented with magic, echoed forth across the land. Aragon. I see you there, hiding behind Nasuda's skirts. Come fight me, Aragon. It is your destiny. Or are you a coward, Shadeslayer? Saphira answered for Aragon by lifting her head and roaring even louder than Murtaugh's thunderous speech, then discharging a 20-foot-long jet of crackling blue fire. The horses close to Saphira, including Nasuda's, bolted away, leaving Saphira and Aragon alone on the embankment with the elves. Walking over to Saphira, Arya placed a hand on Aragon's left leg and looked up at him with her slanted green eyes. Accept this from me, Shuratugal, she said. And he felt a surge of energy flow into him. Aka El Renono, he murmured to her. Also in the ancient language, she said, be careful, Aragon. I would not want to see you broken by Murtaugh. It seemed as if she were going to say more, but she hesitated, then removed her hand from his leg and retreated to stand by Bloodborne. Fly well, Yardscaler, the elves sang out as Saphira launched herself off the embankment. As Saphira winged her way toward Thorn, Aragon joined his mind first with her and then with Arya and, through Arya, with Bloodborne and the 11 other elves. By having Arya serve as the focal point for the elves, Aragon was able to concentrate on the thoughts of Arya and Saphira. He knew them so well that their reactions would not distract him in the middle of a fight. Aragon grasped the shield with his left hand and unsheathed his falchion, holding it upraised so he would not accidentally stab Saphira's wings as she flapped, nor slash her shoulders nor her neck, which were in constant motion. I'm glad I took the time last night to reinforce the falchion with magic, he said to Saphira and Arya. Let us hope your spells hold, Saphira answered. Remember, said Arya, remain as close to us as you can. The more distance you place between us, the harder it is for us to maintain this bond with you. Thorn did not dive at Saphira or otherwise attack her as she neared him, but rather slid away on rigid wings, allowing her to rise to his level unmolested. The two dragons balanced upon the thermals, facing each other across a gap of 50 yards, the tips of their barbed tails twitching, both of their muzzles wrinkled with ferocious snarls. He's bigger, observed Saphira. It's not been 2 weeks since we last fought and he has grown another 4 feet, if not more. She was right. Thorn was longer from head to tail, and deeper in the chest, than he had been when they first clashed over the burning plains. He was barely older than a hatchling, but he was already nearly as large as Saphira. Aragon reluctantly shifted his gaze from the dragon to the rider. Murtaugh was bareheaded, and his long black hair billowed behind him like a sleek mane. His face was hard, harder than Aragon had ever seen before, and Aragon knew that this time Murtaugh could not, show him mercy. The volume of his voice substantially reduced, but still louder than normal, Murtaugh said, you and Saphira have caused us a great deal of pain, Aragon. Galbatorix was furious with us for letting you go. And after the two of you killed the Rizak, he was so angry, he slew 5 of his servants and then turned his wrath upon Thorn and me. We have both suffered horribly on account of you. We shall not do so again. He drew back his arm, as if Thorn were about to lunge forward and Murtaugh were preparing to slash at Aragon and Saphira. Wait, cried Aragon, I know of a way you can both free yourselves of your oaths to Galbatorix. An expression of desperate longing transformed Murtaugh's features, and he lowered Zara a few inches. Then he scowled and spat toward the ground and shouted, I don't believe you. It's not possible. It is. Just let me explain. Murtaugh seemed to be struggling with himself, and for a while Aragon thought he might refuse. Swinging his head around, Thorn looked back at Murtaugh, and something passed between them. Blast you, Aragon, said Murtaugh, and laid Zarok across the front of his saddle. Blast you for baiting us with this. We had already made peace with our lot, and you have to tantalize us with the specter of a hope we had abandoned. If this proves to be a false hope, brother, I swear I'll cut off your right hand before we present you to Galbatorix. You won't need it for what you will be doing in Uruibane. A threat of his own occurred to Aragon, but he suppressed it. Lowering the falchion, he said, Galbatorix would not have told you, but when I was among the elves. Aragon, do not reveal anything more about us, exclaimed Arya. I learned that if your personality changes, so does your true name in the ancient language. Who you are isn't cast in iron, Murtaugh. If you and Thorn can change something about yourselves, your oaths will no longer bind you, and Galbatorix will lose his hold on you. Thorn drifted several yards closer to Saphira. Why didn't you mention this before? Murtaugh demanded. I was too confused at the time. A scant 50 feet separated Thorn and Saphira by then. The red dragon's snarl had subsided to a faint warning curl of his upper lip, and in his sparkling crimson eyes appeared a vast, puzzled sadness, as if he hoped Saphira or Aragon might know why he had been brought into the world merely so Galbatorix could enslave him, abuse him, and force him to destroy other beings' lives. The tip of Thorn's nose twitched as he sniffed at Saphira. She sniffed him in return, and her tongue darted out of her mouth as she tasted his scent. Pity for Thorn welled up inside Aragon and Saphira together, and they wished they could speak with him directly, but they dared not open their minds to him. With so little distance between them, Aragon noticed the bundles of cords that ridged Murtaugh's neck and the forked vein that pulsed in the middle of his forehead. "I am not evil," said Murtaugh. "I've done the best I could under the circumstances. I doubt you would have survived as well as I did if our mother had seen fit to leave you in Uruibane and hide me in Carvajal." "Perhaps not." Murtaugh banged his breastplate with his fist. "Aha. Then how am I supposed to follow your advice? If I am already a good man, if I have already done as well as could be expected, how can I change? Must I become worse than I am? Must I embrace Galbatorix's darkness in order to free myself of it? That hardly seems like a reasonable solution. If I succeeded in so altering my identity, you would not like who I had become, and you would curse me as strongly as you curse Galbatorix now." Frustrated, Aragon said, "Yes, but you do not have to become better or worse than you are now, only different. There are many kinds of people in the world and many ways to behave honorably. Look at someone whom you admire but who has chosen paths other than your own through life and model your actions upon his. It may take a while, but if you can shift your personality enough, you can leave Galbatorix, and you can leave the Empire, and you and Thorn could join us in the Varden, where you would be free to do as you wish. What of your own oaths to avenge Hrothgar's death?" Saphira asked. Aragon ignored her. Murtaugh sneered at him. "So you are asking me to be that which I am not? If Thorn and I are to save ourselves, we must destroy our current identities. Your cure is worse than our affliction. I'm asking you to allow yourself to grow into something other than you are now. It's a difficult thing to do, I know, but people remake themselves all the time. Let go of your anger, for one, and you can turn your back on Galbatorix once and for all." "Let go of my anger." Murtaugh laughed. "I'll let go of my anger when you forget yours over the Empire's role in the death of your uncle and the raising of your farm. Anger defines us, Aragon, and without it, you and I would be a feast for maggots." Still, his eyes half-lidded, Murtaugh tapped Zarok's cross guard, the cords in his neck softening, although the vein that split his forehead remained swollen as ever. "The concept is intriguing, I admit. Perhaps we can work on it together when we are in Uruibane. That is, if the king permits us to be alone with each other. Of course, he may decide to keep us permanently separated. I would if I were in his position." Aragon tightened his fingers around the hilt of the falchion. "You seem to think we will accompany you to the capital." "Oh, but you will, brother." A crooked smile stretched Murtaugh's mouth. "Even if we wanted to, Thorn and I could not change who we are in an instant. Until such time as we may have that opportunity, we shall remain beholden to Galbatorix, and he has ordered us, in no uncertain terms, to bring him the two of you. Neither of us is willing to brave the king's displeasure again. We defeated you once before. It will be no great achievement to do so again." A spurt of flame escaped from between Saphira's teeth, and Aragon had to stifle a similar response in words. If he lost control of his temper now, bloodshed would be unavoidable. "Please, Murtaugh, Thorn, will you not at least try what I've suggested? Have you no desire to resist Galbatorix? You will never cast off your chains unless you are willing to defy him." "You underestimate Galbatorix, Aragon," growled Murtaugh. "He has been creating named slaves for over 100 years, ever since he recruited our father. Do you think he is unaware that a person's true name may vary over the course of his life? He is sure to have taken precautions against that eventuality. If my true name were to change this very moment, or Thorn's, most likely it would trigger a spell that would alert Galbatorix to the change and force us to return to him in Uruibane so he could bind us to him again. But only if he could guess your new names. He is most adept at the practice." Murtaugh raised Zarok off the saddle. "We may make use of your suggestion in the future, but only after careful study and preparation, so that Thorn and I do not regain our freedom only to have Galbatorix steal it back from us directly afterward." He hefted Zarok, the sword's iridescent blade shimmering. "Therefore, we have no choice but to take you with us to Uruibane. Will you go peacefully?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Aragon said, "I would sooner tear out my own heart." Better to tear out my hearts, Murtaugh replied, then stabbed Zarok overhead and shouted a wild war cry. Roaring in unison, Thorn flapped twice, fast, to climb above Saphira. He twisted in a half circle as he rose, so his head would be over Saphira's neck, where he could immobilize her with a single bite at the base of her skull. Saphira did not wait for him. She tipped forward, rotating her wings in their shoulder sockets, so that, for the span of a heartbeat, she pointed straight down, her wings still parallel with the dust-smeared ground, supporting her entire unstable weight. Then she pulled in her right wing and swung her head to the left and her tail to the right, spinning in a clockwise direction. Her muscular tail struck Thorn across his left side just as he sailed over her, breaking his wing in 5 separate places. The jagged ends of Thorn's hollow flight bones pierced his hide and stuck out between his flashing scales. Globules of steaming dragon blood rained down upon Aragon and Saphira. A droplet splashed against the back of Aragon's coif and seeped through the mail to his bare skin. It burned like hot oil. He scrabbled at his neck, trying to wipe off the blood. His roar converting into a whine of pain, Thorn tumbled past Saphira, unable to stay aloft. Well done, Aragon shouted to Saphira as she righted herself. Aragon watched from above as Murtaugh removed a small round object from his belt and pressed it against Thorn's shoulder.
Welcome. What is it?
Aragon sensed no surge of magic from Murtaugh, but the object in his hand flared and Thorn's broken wing jerked as his bones snapped back in place and muscles and tendons rippled and the tears in them vanished. Lastly, the wounds in Thorn's hide sealed over. How did he do that? Aragon exclaimed. Arya answered, he must have imbued the item with a spell of healing beforehand. We should have thought of that ourselves. His injuries mended, Thorn halted his fall and began to ascend toward Saphira with prodigious speed, searing the air in front of him with a boiling spear of sullen red fire. Saphira dove at him, spiraling around the tower of flame. She snapped at Thorn's neck, causing him to shy away, and raked his shoulders and chest with her front claws and buffeted him with her huge wings. The edge of her right wing clipped Murtaugh, knocking him sideways in his saddle. He recovered quickly and slashed at Saphira, opening up a 3-foot rent in the membrane of her wing. Hissing, Saphira kicked Thorn away with her hind legs and released a jet of fire, which split and passed harmlessly on either side of Thorn. Aragon felt through Saphira the throbbing of her wound. He stared at the bloody gash, thoughts racing. If they had been fighting any magician besides Murtaugh, he would not dare to cast a spell while engaged in hostilities, for the magician would most likely believe he or she was about to die and would counter with a desperate, all-out magical attack. It was different with Murtaugh. Aragon knew Galbatorix had ordered Murtaugh to capture, not kill, him and Saphira. No matter what I do, Aragon thought, he will not attempt to slay me. It was safe, then, Aragon decided, to heal Saphira. And, he belatedly realized, he could attack Murtaugh with any spells he desired and Murtaugh would not be able to respond with deadly force. But he wondered why Murtaugh had used an enchanted object to cure Thorn's hurts instead of casting the spell himself. Saphira said, perhaps he wants to preserve his strength. Or perhaps he wanted to avoid frightening you. It would not please Galbatorix if, by using magic, Murtaugh caused you to panic and you killed yourself or Thorn or Murtaugh as a result. Remember, the king's great ambition is to have all 4 of us under his command, not dead, where we are beyond his reach. That must be it, Aragon agreed. As he prepared to mend Saphira's wing, Arya said, wait. Do not. What? Why? Can't you feel Saphira's pain? Let my brethren and I tend to her. It will confuse Murtaugh, and this way, the effort shall not weaken you. Aren't you too far away to work such a change? Not when the lot of us pool our resources. And, Aragon, we recommend you refrain from striking at Murtaugh with magic until he attacks with mind or magic himself. He may yet be stronger than you, even with the 13 of us lending our strength. We do not know. It is better not to test yourself against him until there is no other alternative. And if I cannot prevail, all of Algesia will fall to Galbatorix. Aragon sensed Arya concentrating, then the cut in Saphira's wing ceased weeping tears of blood and the raw edges of the delicate cerulean membrane flowed together without a scab or a scar. Saphira's relief was palpable. With a tinge of fatigue, Arya said, guard yourself better if you can. This was not easy. After Saphira had kicked him, Thorn flailed and lost altitude. He must have assumed that Saphira meant to harry him downward, where it would be harder for him to evade her attacks, because he fled west a quarter of a mile. When he finally noticed that Saphira was not pursuing him, he circled up and around until he was a good 1,000 feet higher than she was. Drawing in his wings, Thorn hurtled toward Saphira, flames flickering in his open maw, his ivory talons outstretched, Murtaugh brandishing Zarok on his back. Aragon nearly lost his grip on the falchion as Saphira folded one wing and flipped upside down with a dizzying wrench, then extended the wing again to slow her descent. If he craned his head backward, Aragon could see the ground below them. Or was it above them? He gritted his teeth and concentrated on maintaining his hold on the saddle. Thorn and Saphira collided, and to Aragon, it was as if Saphira had crashed into the side of a mountain. The force of the impact drove him forward, and he banged his helmet against the next spike in front of him, denting the thick steel. Dazed, he hung loose from the saddle and watched as the discs of the heavens and the earth reversed themselves, spinning without a discernible pattern. He felt Saphira shudder as Thorn battered her exposed belly. Aragon wished there had been time to dress her in the armor the dwarves had given her. A glittering ruby leg appeared around Saphira's shoulder, mauling her with bloody claws. Without thinking, Aragon hacked at it, shattering a line of scales and severing a bundle of tendons. 3 of the toes on the foot went limp. Aragon hacked again. Snarling, Thorn disengaged from Saphira. He arched his neck, and Aragon heard an inrush of air as the stocky dragon filled his lungs. Aragon ducked, burying his face in the corner of his elbow. A ravening inferno engulfed Saphira. The heat of the fire could not harm them. Aragon's wards prevented that, but the torrent of incandescent flames was still blinding. Saphira veered to the left, out of the churning fire. By then, Murtaugh had repaired the damage to Thorn's leg, and Thorn again flung himself at Saphira, grappling with her as they plummeted in sickening lurches toward the gray tents of the Varden. Saphira managed to clamp her teeth on the horned crest that projected from the rear of Thorn's head, despite the points of bone that punctured her tongue. Thorn bellowed and thrashed like a hooked fish, trying to pull away, but he was no match for the iron muscles of Saphira's jaws. The 2 dragons drifted downward side by side, like a pair of interlocked leaves. Aragon leaned over and slashed crosswise at Murtaugh's right shoulder, not intending to kill him but rather to injure him severely enough to end the fight. Unlike during their clash over the burning plains, Aragon was well rested. With his arm as fast as an elf's, he was confident Murtaugh would be defenseless before him. Murtaugh lifted his shield and blocked the falchion. His reaction was so unexpected, Aragon faltered, then barely had time to recoil and parry as Murtaugh retaliated, swinging Zarok at him, the blade humming through the air with inordinate speed. The stroke jarred Aragon's shoulder. Pressing the attack, Murtaugh struck at Aragon's wrist and then, when Aragon dashed aside Zarok, thrust underneath Aragon's shield and stabbed through the fringe of his mail hauberk in his tunic and the waist of his breeches and into his left hip. The tip of Zarok embedded itself in bone. The pain shocked Aragon like a splash of frigid water, but it also lent his thoughts a preternatural clarity and sent a burst of uncommon strength coursing through his limbs. As Murtaugh withdrew Zarok, Aragon yelled and lunged at Murtaugh, who, with a flip of his wrist, trapped the falchion beneath Zarok. Murtaugh bared his teeth in a sinister smile. Without pause, Aragon yanked the falchion free, feinted toward Murtaugh's right knee, then whipped the falchion in the opposite direction and sliced Murtaugh across the cheek. "You should have worn a helmet," said Aragon. They were so close to the ground then, only a few hundred feet, that Saphira had to release Thorn, and the 2 dragons separated before Aragon and Murtaugh could exchange any more blows. As Saphira and Thorn spiraled upward, racing each other toward a pearl-white cloud gathering over the tents of the Varden, Aragon lifted his hauberk and tunic and examined his hip. A fist-sized patch of skin was discolored where Zarok had crushed the mail against his flesh. In the middle of the patch was a thin red line, 2 inches long, where Zarok had pierced him. Blood oozed from the wound, soaking the top of his breeches. Being burned by Zarok, a sword that had never failed him in moments of danger and that he still regarded as rightfully his, unsettled him. To have his own weapon turned against him was wrong. It was a warping of the world, and his every instinct rebelled against it. Saphira wobbled as she flew through an eddy of air, and Aragon winced, renewed pain lancing up his side. It was fortunate, he concluded, that they were not fighting on foot, for he did not think his hip would bear his weight. "Arya," he said, "do you want to heal me, or shall I do it myself and let Murtaugh stop me if he can?" "We shall attend to it for you," Arya said. "You may be able to catch Murtaugh by surprise if he believes you are still wounded." "Oh, wait. Why? I have to give you permission. Otherwise, my wards will block the spell." The phrase did not leap into Aragon's mind at first, but eventually he remembered the construction of the safeguard and, in the ancient language, whispered, "I agree to let Arya, daughter of Islandzadi, cast a spell on me." We shall have to talk about your wards when you are not so distracted. What if you were unconscious? How could we minister to you then? It seemed like a good idea after the burning flames. Murtaugh immobilized us both with magic. I don't want him or anyone else to be able to cast spells on us without our consent. Nor should they, but there are more elegant solutions than yours. Aragon squirmed in the saddle as the elves' magic took effect and his hip began to tingle and itch as if covered with flea bites. When the itching ceased, he slid a hand under his tunic and was delighted to feel nothing but smooth skin. Right, he said, rolling his shoulders. Let us teach them to fear our names. The pearl-white cloud looming large before them, Saphira twisted to the left and then, while Thorn was struggling to turn, plunged into the heart of the cloud. Everything went cold and damp and white, then Saphira shot out of the far side, exiting only a few feet above and behind Thorn. Roaring with triumph, Saphira dropped upon Thorn and seized him by the flanks, sinking her claws deep into his thighs and along his spine. She snaked her head forward, caught Thorn's left wing in her mouth, and clamped down with the snick of razor teeth cutting through meat. Thorn writhed and screamed, a horrible sound Aragon had not suspected dragons were capable of producing. I have him, said Saphira. I can tear off his wing, but I would rather not. Whatever you are going to do it before we fall too far. His face pale beneath smeared gore, Murtaugh pointed at Aragon with Zarok, the sword trembling in the air, and a mental ray of immense power invaded Aragon's consciousness. The foreign presence groped after his thoughts, seeking to grab a hold and subdue them and subject them to Murtaugh's approval. As on the burning flames, Aragon noticed that Murtaugh's mind felt as if it contained multitude, as if a confused chorus of voices was murmuring beneath the turmoil of Murtaugh's own thoughts. Aragon wondered if Murtaugh had a group of magicians assisting him, even as the elves were him. Difficult as it was, Aragon emptied his mind of everything but an image of Zarok. He concentrated on the sword with all his might, smoothing the plane of his consciousness into the calm of meditation so Murtaugh would find no purchase with which to establish a foothold in Aragon's being. And when Thorn flailed underneath them and Murtaugh's attention wavered for an instant, Aragon launched a furious counterattack, clutching at Murtaugh's consciousness. The two of them strove against each other in grim silence while they fell, wrestling back and forth in the confines of their minds. Sometimes Aragon seemed to gain the upper hand, sometimes Murtaugh, but neither could defeat the other. Aragon glanced at the ground rushing up at them and realized that their contest would have to be decided by other means. Lowering the falchion so it was level with Murtaugh, Aragon shouted, Letta, the same spell Murtaugh had used on him during their previous confrontation. It was a simple piece of magic. It would do nothing more than hold Murtaugh's arms and torso in place, but it would allow them to test themselves directly against one another and determine which of them had the most energy at their disposal. Murtaugh mouthed a counterspell, the words lost in Thorn's snarling and in the howling of the wind. Aragon's pulse raced as the strength ebbed from his limbs. When he had nearly depleted his reserves and was faint from the effort, Saphira and the elves poured the energy from their bodies into his, maintaining the spell for him. Across from him, Murtaugh had originally appeared smug and confident, but as Aragon continued to restrain him, Murtaugh's scowl deepened, and he pulled back his lips, baring his teeth. And the whole while, they besieged each other's minds. Aragon felt the energy Arya was funneling into him decrease once, then twice, and he assumed that two of the spellweavers under Bloodborne's command had fainted. Murtaugh can't hold out much longer, he thought, and then had to struggle to regain control of his mind, for his lapse of concentration had granted Murtaugh entry. The force from Arya and the other elves declined by half, and even Saphira began to shake with exhaustion. Just as Aragon became convinced Murtaugh would prevail, Murtaugh uttered an anguished shout, and a great weight seemed to lift off Aragon as Murtaugh's resistance vanished. Murtaugh appeared astonished by Aragon's success. What now? Aragon asked Arya and Saphira. Do we take them as hostages? Can we? Now, said Saphira, I must fly. She released Thorn and pushed herself away from him, raising her wings and laboriously flapping as she endeavored to keep them aloft. Aragon looked over her shoulder and had a brief impression of horses and sun-streaked grass hurtling toward them. Then it was as if a giant struck him from underneath and his sight went black. The next thing Aragon saw was a swath of Saphira's neck scales an inch or two in front of his nose. The scales shone like cobalt blue ice. Aragon was dimly aware of someone reaching out to his mind from across a great distance, their consciousness projecting an intense sense of urgency. As his faculties returned, he recognized the other person as Arya. She said, End the spell, Aragon. It will kill us all if you keep it up. End it. Murtaugh is too far away. Wake up, Aragon, or you will pass into the void. With a jolt, Aragon sat upright in the saddle, barely noticing that Saphira was crouched amid a circle of King Orin's horsemen. Arya was nowhere to be seen. Now that he was alert again, Aragon could feel the spell he had cast on Murtaugh still draining his strength, and in ever-increasing amounts.
Very well.
If not for the aid of Saphira and Arya and the other elves, he would have already died. Aragon released the magic, then looked for Thorn and Murtaugh on the ground. There, said Saphira, and motioned with her snout. Low in the northwestern sky, Aragon saw Thorn's glittering shape, the dragon winging his way up the Giant River, fleeing toward Galbatorix's army some miles distant. How? Murtaugh healed Thorn again, and Thorn was lucky enough to land on the slope of a hill. He ran down it, then took off before he regained consciousness. From across the rolling landscape, Murtaugh's magnified voice boomed. Do not think you have won, Aragon, Saphira. We shall meet again, I promise, and Thorn and I shall defeat you then, for we shall be even stronger than we are now. Aragon clenched his shield and his falchion so tightly, he bled from underneath his fingernails. Do you think you can overtake him? I could, but the elves would not be able to help you from so far away, and I doubt we could prevail without their support. We might be able. Aragon stopped and pounded his leg in frustration. Blast it, I'm an idiot. I forgot about Eren. We could have used the energy in Brahm's ring to help defeat them. You had other things on your mind. Anyone might have made the same mistake. Maybe, but I still wish I had thought of Eren sooner. We could still use it to capture Thorn and Murtaugh. And then what? Asked Saphira. How could we keep them as prisoners? Would you drug them like Durza drugged you in Gilead? Or do you just want to kill them? I don't know. We could help them to change their true names, to break their oaths to Galbatorix. Letting them wander around unchecked, though, is too dangerous. Arya said, in theory, you are right, Aragon, but you are tired, Saphira is tired, and I would rather Thorn and Murtaugh escape than we lose the two of you because you were not at your best. But we do not have the capabilities to safely detain a dragon and rider for an extended period, and I do not think killing Thorn and Murtaugh would be as easy as you assume, Aragon. Be grateful we have driven them off, and rest easy knowing we can do so again when next they dare to confront us. So saying, she withdrew from his mind. Aragon watched until Thorn and Murtaugh had vanished from sight, then he sighed and rubbed Saphira's neck. I could sleep for a fortnight. As could I. You should be proud, you outflew Thorn at nearly every turn. Yes, I did, didn't I? She grinned. It was hardly a fair competition. Thorn does not have my experience. Nor your talent, I should think. Twisting her neck, she licked the upper part of his right arm, the mail halberd tickling, and then gazed down at him with sparkling eyes. He managed a ghost of a smile. I suppose I should have expected it, but it still surprised me that Murtaugh was as fast as me. More magic on the part of Galbatorix, no doubt. Why did your wards fail to deflect Zarok, though? They saved you from worse blows when you fought the Rizak. I'm not sure. Murtaugh or Galbatorix might have invented a spell I had not thought to guard against. Or it could just be that Zarok is a rider's blade, and as Glader said, the swords Runen forged excel at cutting through enchantments of every kind, and it is only rarely they are affected by magic. Exactly. Aragon stared at the streaks of dragon blood on the flat of the falchion, weary. When will we be able to defeat our enemies on our own? I couldn't have killed Durza if Arya hadn't broken the Star Sapphire. And we were only able to prevail over Murtaugh and Thorn with the help of Arya and 12 others. We must become more powerful. Yes, but how? How has Galbatorix amassed his strength? Has he found a way to feed off the bodies of his slaves even when he is hundreds of miles away? Gar, I don't know. A runnel of sweat coursed down Aragon's brow and into the corner of his right eye. He wiped off the perspiration with the palm of his hand, then blinked and again noticed the horsemen gathered around him and Saphira. What are they doing here? Looking beyond, he realized Saphira had landed close to where King Orin had intercepted the soldiers from the boats. Not far off to her left, hundreds of men, Urgles, and horses milled about in panic and confusion. Occasionally, the clatter of swords or the scream of a wounded man broke through the uproar, accompanied by snatches of demented laughter. I think they are here to protect us, said Saphira. Us? From what? Why haven't they killed the soldiers yet? Where? Aragon abandoned his question as Arya, Bloodgarm, and 4 other haggard-looking elves sprinted up to Saphira from the direction of the camp. Raising a hand in greeting, Aragon called, Arya. What's happened? No one seems to be in command. To Aragon's alarm, Arya was breathing so hard, she was unable to speak for a few moments. Then, the soldiers proved more dangerous than we anticipated. We do not know how. Duvrangurgata has heard nothing but gibberish from Orin's spellcasters. Regaining her breath, Arya started examining Saphira's cuts and bruises. Before Aragon could ask more, a collection of excited cries from within the maelstrom of warriors drowned out the rest of the tumult, and he heard King Orin shout, "Back, back, all of you. Archers, hold the line. Blast you, no one move, we have him." Saphira had the same thought as Aragon. Gathering her legs under her, she leapt over the ring of horsemen, startling the horses so they bucked and ran, and made her way across the corpse-strewn battlefield toward the sound of King Orin's voice, brushing aside men and Urgles alike as if they were so many stalks of grass. The rest of the elves hurried to keep up, swords and bows in hand. Saphira found Orin sitting on his charger at the leading edge of the tightly packed warriors, staring at a lone man 40 feet away. The king was flushed and wild-eyed, his armor besmirched with filth from combat. He had been wounded under his left arm, and the shaft of a spear protruded several inches from his right thigh. When Saphira's approach caught his attention, his face registered sudden relief. Good, you're here," he muttered as Saphira crawled abreast of his charger. "We needed you, Saphira, and you, Shadowslayer." One of the archers edged forward a few inches. Orin waved his sword at him and yelled, "Back! I'll have the head of anyone who doesn't remain where he is, I swear by Angbard's crown." Then Orin resumed glaring at the lone man. Aragon followed his gaze. The man was a soldier of medium height, with a purple birthmark on his neck and brown hair plastered flat by the helmet he had been wearing. His shield was a splintered ruin. His sword was notched, bent, and broken, missing the last 6 inches. River mud caked his mail hose. Blood sheeted from a gash along his ribs. An arrow fletched with white swan feathers had impaled his right foot and pinned it to the ground, 3/4 of the shaft buried in the hard dirt. From the man's throat, a horrid gurgling laugh emanated. It rose and fell with a drunken cadence, pitching from note to note as if the man were about to begin shrieking with horror. "What are you?" shouted King Orin. When the soldier did not immediately respond, the king cursed and said, "Answer me, or I'll let my spellcasters at you. Be you man or beast or some ill-spawned demon? In what foul pit did Galbatorix find you and your brothers? Are you kin of the Rizak?" The king's last question acted like a needle driven into Aragon. He straightened bolt upright, every sense tingling. The laughter paused for a moment. "Man, I am a man. You are like no man I know. I wanted to assure the future of my family. Is that so foreign to you, certain? Give me no riddles, you fork-tongued wretch. Tell me how you became as you are, and speak honestly, lest you convince me to pour boiling lead down your throat and see if that pains you." The unbalanced chuckles intensified. Then the soldier said, "You cannot hurt me, certain. No one can." The king himself made us impervious to pain. In return, our families will live in comfort for the rest of their lives. You can hide from us, but we will never stop pursuing you, even when ordinary men would drop dead from exhaustion. You can fight us, but we will continue killing you as long as we have an arm to swing. You cannot even surrender to us, for we take no prisoners. You can do nothing but die and return this land to peace." With a gruesome grimace, the soldier wrapped his mangled shield hand around the arrow and, with the sound of tearing flesh, pulled the shaft out of his foot. Lumps of crimson meat clung to the arrowhead as it came free. The soldier shook the arrow at them, then threw the missile at one of the archers, wounding him in the hand. His laugh louder than ever, the soldier lurched forward, dragging his injured foot behind him. He raised his sword, as if he intended to attack. "Shoot him," shouted Orin. Bowstrings twanged like badly tuned lutes, then a score of spinning arrows leapt toward the soldier and, an instant later, struck him in the torso. 2 of the arrows bounced off his gambeson, the remainder penetrated his rib cage. His laughter reduced to a wheezing chuckle as blood seeped into his lungs. The soldier continued moving forward, painting the grass underneath him bright scarlet. The archers shot again, and arrows sprouted from the man's shoulders and arms, but he did not stop. Another volley of arrows followed close upon the last. The soldier stumbled and fell as an arrow split his left kneecap and others skewered his upper legs and one passed entirely through his neck, punching a hole in his birthmark, and whistled out across the field, trailing a spray of blood. And still the soldier refused to die. He began to crawl, dragging himself forward with his arms, grinning and giggling as if the whole world were an obscene joke that only he could appreciate. A cold tingle shivered down Aragon's spine as he watched. King Orin swore violently, and Aragon detected a hint of hysteria in his voice. Jumping off his charger, Orin threw his sword and his shield into the dirt and then pointed at the nearest Urgle. "Give me your axe." Startled, the gray-skinned Urgle hesitated, then surrendered his weapon. King Orin limped over to the soldier, raised the heavy axe with both hands, and, with a single blow, chopped off the soldier's head. The giggling ceased. The soldier's eyes rolled and his mouth worked for another few seconds, and then he was still. Orin grasped the head by the hair and lifted it so all could see. "They can be killed," he declared. "Spread the word that the only sure way of stopping these abominations is to behead them. That or bash in their skulls with a mace or shoot them in the eye from a safe distance." "Greyduke, where are you?" A stout, middle-aged horseman urged his mount forward. Orin threw him the head, which he caught. "Mount that on a pole by the north gate of the camp. Mount all of their heads. Let them serve as a message to Galbatorix that we do not fear his underhanded tricks and we shall prevail in spite of them." Striding back to his charger, Orin returned the axe to the Urgle, then picked up his own weapons. A few yards away, Aragon spotted Nar Garzbog standing among a cluster of cull. Aragon spoke a few words to Saphira, and she sidled over to the Urgles. After exchanging nods, Aragon asked Garzbog, "Were all the soldiers like that?" He gestured toward the arrow-riddled corpse. "All men with no pain. You hit them and you think them dead, turn your back and they hamstring you." Garzbog scowled. "I lost many rams today. We have fought droves of humans, Firesword, but never before these laughing ghouls. It is not natural. It makes us think they are possessed by hornless spirits, that maybe the gods themselves have turned against us." "Nonsense," scoffed Aragon. "It is merely a spell by Galbatorix, and we shall soon have a way to protect ourselves against it." Notwithstanding his outer confidence, the concept of fighting enemies who felt no pain unsettled him as much as it did the Urgles. Moreover, from what Garzbog had said, he guessed that maintaining morale among the Varden was going to be even more difficult for Nasuda once everyone learned about the soldiers. While the Varden and the Urgles set about collecting their fallen comrades, stripping the dead of useful equipment, and beheading the soldiers and dragging their truncated bodies into piles to burn, Aragon, Saphira, and King Orin returned to the camp, accompanied by Arya and the other elves. Along the way, Aragon offered to heal Orin's leg, but the king refused, saying, "I have my own physicians, Shadeslayer." Nasuda and Jormungandr were waiting for them by the north gate. Accosting Orin, Nasuda said, "What went wrong?" Aragon closed his eyes as Orin explained how at first the attack on the soldiers had seemed to go well. The horsemen had swept through their ranks, dealing what they had thought were death blows left and right, and had suffered only one casualty during their charge. When they had engaged the remaining soldiers, however, many of those they had struck down before rose up and rejoined the fight. Orin shuddered. "We lost our nerve then. Any man would have. We did not know if the soldiers were invincible, or if they were even men at all. When you see an enemy coming at you with bones sticking out of his calf, a javelin through his belly, and half his face sheared away, and he laughs at you, it's a rare man who can stand his ground. My warriors panicked. They broke formation. It was utter confusion. Slaughter. When the Urgles and your warriors, Nasuda, reached us, they became caught up in the madness." He shook his head. "I've never seen the like of it, not even on the burning flames." Nasuda's face had grown pale, even with her dark skin. She looked at Aragon and then Arya. How could Galbatorix have done this? It was Arya who answered, "Lost most, but not all, of a person's ability to feel pain. Leave just enough sensation so they know where they are and what they are doing, but not so much that pain can incapacitate them. The spell would require only a small amount of energy." Nasuda wet her lips. Again speaking to Orin, she said, "Do you know how many we lost?" A tremor racked Orin. He doubled over, pressed a hand against his leg, gritted his teeth, and growled, 300 soldiers against, what was the size of the force you sent?" 200 swordsmen, 100 spearmen, 50 archers. Those, plus the Urgles, plus my cavalry, say around 1,000 strong. Against 300-foot soldiers on an open field. We slew every last one of the soldiers. What it cost us, though, the king shook his head. We won't know for sure until we count the dead, but it looked to me as if 3/4 of your swordsmen are gone. More of the spearmen, some archers. Of my cavalry, few remain, 50, 70. Many of them were my friends. Perhaps 100, 150 Urgles dead. Overall, 500 or 600 to bury, and the better part of the survivors wounded. I don't know, I don't. His jaw going flat, Orin slumped to the side and would have fallen off his horse if Arya had not sprung forward and caught him. Nasuda snapped her fingers, summoning 2 of the Varden from among the tents, and ordered them to take Orin to his pavilion and then to fetch the king his healers. We have suffered a grievous defeat, no matter that we exterminated the soldiers, Nasuda murmured. She pressed her lips together, sorrow and despair mixed in equal portions in her expression. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Stiffening her back, she fixed Aragon and Saphira with an iron gaze. How fared it with the 2 of you? She listened without moving while Aragon described their encounter with Murda and Thorn. Afterward, she nodded. That you would be able to escape their clutches was all we dared hope. However, you accomplished more than that. You proved that Galbatorix has not made Murda so powerful that we have no hope of defeating him. With a few more spellcasters to help you, Murda would have been yours to do with as you pleased. For that reason, he will not dare confront Queen Islandzadi's army by himself, I think. If we can gather enough spellcasters around you, Aragon, I believe we can finally kill Murda and Thorn the next time they come to abduct the pair of you. Don't you want to capture them? Aragon asked. I want a great number of things, but I doubt I shall receive very many of them. Murda and Thorn may not be trying to kill you, but if the opportunity presents itself, we must kill them without hesitation. Or do you see it otherwise? Number. Shifting her attention to Arya, Nasuda asked, did any of your spellweavers die during the contest? Some fainted, but they have all recovered, thank you. Nasuda took a deep breath and looked northward, her eyes focused on infinity. Aragon, please inform Triana that I want Dubranger Gata to figure out how to replicate Galbatorix's spell. Despicable as it is, we must imitate Galbatorix in this. We cannot afford not to. It won't be practical for all of us to be unable to feel pain. We would hurt ourselves far too easily, but we should have a few hundred swordsmen, volunteers, who are immune to physical suffering. My lady. So many dead, said Nasuda. She twisted her reins in her hands. We have remained in one place for too long. It is time we force the Empire onto the defensive again. She spurred Battlestorm away from the carnage that lay before the camp, the stallion tossing his head and gnawing on his bit. Your cousin, Aragon, begged me to allow him to take part in today's fighting. I refused, on account of his impending marriage, which pleased him not, although I suspect his betrothed feels otherwise. Would you do me the favor of notifying me if they still intend to proceed with the ceremony today? After so much bloodshed, it would harden the Varden to attend a marriage. I will let you know as soon as I find out. Thank you. You may go now, Aragon. The first thing Aragon and Saphira did upon leaving Nasuda was to visit the elves who had fainted during their battle with Murda and Thorn and thank them and their companions for their assistance. Then Aragon, Arya, and Bloodborne attended to the hurts Thorn had dealt Saphira, mending her cuts and scratches and a few of her bruises. When they finished, Aragon located Triana with his mind and conveyed Nasuda's instructions. Only then did he and Saphira seek out Roran. Bloodborne and his elves accompanied them. Arya left to attend to business of her own. Roran and Katrina were arguing quietly and intensely when Aragon spotted them standing by the corner of Horst's tent. They fell silent as Aragon and Saphira drew near. Katrina crossed her arms and stared away from Roran, while Roran gripped the top of his hammer thrust through his belt and scuffed the heel of his boot against a rock. Stopping in front of them, Aragon waited a few moments, hoping they would explain the reason for their quarrel, but instead Katrina said, "Are either of you injured?" Her eyes flicked from him to Saphira and back. We were, but no longer. That is so strange. We heard tales of magic in Carvajal, but I never really believed them. They seem so impossible, but here, there are magicians everywhere. Did you wound Murda and Thorn badly? Is that why they fled? We bested them, but we caused them no permanent harm. Aragon paused, and when neither Roran nor Katrina spoke, he asked if they still wanted to get married that day. Nasuda suggested you proceed, but it might be better to wait. The dead have yet to be buried, and there is much that needs doing. Tomorrow would be more convenient, and more seemly. No, said Roran, and ground the tip of his boot against the rock. The Empire could attack again at any moment. Tomorrow might be too late. If somehow I died before we were wed, what would become of Katrina or R? He faltered and his cheeks reddened. Her expression softening, Katrina turned to Roran and took his hand. She said, besides, the food has been cooked, the decorations have been hung, and our friends have gathered for our marriage. It would be a pity if all those preparations were for nothing. Reaching up, she stroked Roran's beard, and he smiled at her and placed an arm around her. I don't understand half of what goes on between them, Aragon complained to Saphira. When shall the ceremony take place, then? "In an hour," said Roran. Man and wife. 4 hours later, Aragon stood on the crest of a low hill dotted with yellow wildflowers. Surrounding the hill was a lush meadow that bordered the giant river, which rushed past 100 feet to Aragon's right. The sky was bright and clear. Sunshine bathed the land with a soft radiance. The air was cool and calm and smelled fresh, as if it had just rained. Gathered in front of the hill were the villagers from Carvajal, none of whom had been injured during the fighting, and what seemed to be half of the men of the Barden. Many of the warriors held long spears mounted with embroidered pennants of every color. Various horses, including Snowfire, were picketed at the far end of the meadow. Despite Nasuda's best efforts, organizing the assembly had taken longer than anyone had reckoned. Wind tousled Aragon's hair, which was still wet from washing, as Saphira glided over the congregation and alighted next to him, fanning her wings. He smiled and touched her on the shoulder. "Little one." Under normal circumstances, Aragon would have been nervous about speaking in front of so many people and performing such a solemn and important ceremony, but after the earlier fighting, everything had assumed an air of unreality, as if it were no more than a particularly vivid dream. At the base of the hill stood Nasuda, Arya, Narheim, Jormungandr, Angela, Elba, and others of importance. King Orin was absent, as his wounds had proved to be more serious than they had first appeared and his healers were still laboring over him in his pavilion. The king's prime minister, Erwin, was attending in his stead. The only Urgals present were the two in Nasuda's private guard. Aragon had been there when Nasuda had invited Nar Garzbog to the event, and he had been relieved when Garzbog had had the good sense to decline. The villagers would never have tolerated a large group of Urgals at the wedding. As it was, Nasuda had difficulty convincing them to allow her guards to remain. With a rustle of cloth, the villagers and the Varden parted, forming a long, open path from the hill to the edge of the crowd. Then, joining their voices, the villagers began to sing the ancient wedding songs of Palantir Valley. The well-worn verses spoke of the cycle of the seasons, of the warm earth that gave birth to a new crop each year, of the spring calving, of nesting robins and spawning fish, and of how it was the destiny of the young to replace the old. One of Bloodgarm's spellcasters, a female elf with silver hair, withdrew a small gold harp from a velvet case and accompanied the villagers with notes of her own, embellishing upon the simple themes of their melodies, lending the familiar music a wistful mood. With slow, steady steps, Roran and Katrina emerged from either side of the crowd at the far end of the path, turned toward the hill, and, without touching, began to advance toward Aragon. Roran wore a new tunic he had borrowed from one of the Varden. His hair was brushed, his beard was trimmed, and his boots were clean. His face beamed with inexpressible joy. All in all, he seemed very handsome and distinguished to Aragon. However, it was Katrina who commanded Aragon's attention. Her dress was light blue, as befitted a bride at her first wedding, of a simple cut but with a lace train that was 20 feet long and carried by two girls. Against the pale fabric, her free-flowing locks glowed like polished copper. In her hands was a posy of wildflowers. She was proud, serene, and beautiful. Aragon heard gasps from some of the women as they beheld Katrina's train. He resolved to thank Nasuda for having Dubrangar Gata make the dress for Katrina, for he assumed it was she who was responsible for the gift. 3 paces behind Roran walked Horst. And at a similar distance behind Katrina walked Birgit, careful to avoid stepping on the train. When Roran and Katrina were halfway to the hill, a pair of white doves flew out from the willow trees lining the giant river. The doves carried a circlet of yellow daffodils clutched in their feet. Katrina slowed and stopped as they approached her. The birds circled her 3 times, north to east, and then dipped down and laid the circlet upon the crown of her head before returning to the river. "Did you arrange that?" Aragon murmured to Arya. She smiled. At the top of the hill, Roran and Katrina stood motionless before Aragon while they waited for the villagers to finish singing. As the final refrain faded into oblivion, Aragon raised his hands and said, "Welcome, one and all. Today we have come together to celebrate the union between the families of Roran Garrosen and Katrina Izamirisdottir. They are both of good reputation, and to the best of my knowledge, no one else has a claim upon their hands. If that not be the case, however, or if any other reason exists that they should not become man and wife, then make your objections known before these witnesses, that we may judge the merit of your arguments." Aragon paused for an appropriate interval, then continued. "Who here speaks for Roran Garrosen?" Horst stepped forward. "Roran has neither father nor uncle, so I, Horst Ostrensen, speak for him as my blood." "And who here speaks for Katrina Izamirisdottir?" Birgit stepped forward. Katrina has neither mother nor aunt, so I, Birgit Mardrasdottir, speak for her as my blood. Despite her vendetta against Roran, by tradition it was Birgit's right and responsibility to represent Katrina, as she had been a close friend of Katrina's mother. It is right and proper. What, then, does Roran Garrowson bring to this marriage, that both he and his wife may prosper? He brings his name, said Horst. He brings his hammer, he brings the strength of his hands. And he brings the promise of a farm in Carbajal, where they may both live in peace. Astonishment rippled through the crowd as people realized what Roran was doing. He was declaring in the most public and binding way possible that the Empire would not stop him from returning home with Katrina and providing her with the life she would have had if not for Galbatorix's murderous interference. Roran was staking his honor, as a man and a husband, on the downfall of the Empire. Do you accept this offer, Birgit Mardrasdottir? Aragon asked. Birgit nodded. I do. And what does Katrina Izamirisdottir bring to this marriage, that both she and her husband may prosper? She brings her love and devotion, with which she shall serve Roran Garrowson. She brings her skills at running a household. And she brings a dowry. Surprised, Aragon watched as Birgit motioned and two men who were standing next to Nasuda came forward, carrying a metal casket between them. Birgit undid the clasp to the casket, then lifted open the lid and showed Aragon the contents. He gaped as he beheld the mound of jewelry inside. She brings with her a gold necklace studded with diamonds. She brings a brooch set with red coral from the southern sea and a pearl net to hold her hair. She brings 5 rings of golden electrum. The first ring, as Birgit described each item, she lifted it from the casket so all might see she spoke the truth. Bewildered, Aragon glanced at Nasuda and noted the pleased smile she wore. After Birgit had finished her litany and closed the casket and fastened the lock again, Aragon asked, Do you accept this offer, Horst Ostrechson? I do. Thus your families become one, in accordance with the law of the land. Then, for the first time, Aragon addressed Roran and Katrina directly. Those who speak for you have agreed upon the terms of your marriage. Roran, are you pleased with how Horst Ostrechson has negotiated on your behalf? I am. And, Katrina, are you pleased with how Birgit Mardrasdottir has negotiated on your behalf? I am. Roran Stronghammer, son of Garrow, do you swear then, by your name and by your lineage, that you shall protect and provide for Katrina Izamirisdottir while you both yet live? I, Roran Stronghammer, son of Garrow, do swear, by my name and by my lineage, that I shall protect and provide for Katrina Izamirisdottir while we both yet live. Do you swear to uphold her honor, to remain steadfast and faithful to her in the years to come, and to treat her with the proper respect, dignity, and gentleness? I swear I shall uphold her honor, remain steadfast and faithful to her in the years to come, and treat her with the proper respect, dignity, and gentleness. And do you swear to give her the keys to your holdings, such as they may be, and to your strongbox where you keep your coin, by sunset tomorrow, so she may tend to your affairs as a wife should? Roran swore he would. Katrina, daughter of Izamira, do you swear, by your name and by your lineage, that you shall serve and provide for Roran Garrowson while you both yet live? I, Katrina, daughter of Izamira, do swear, by my name and by my lineage, that I shall serve and provide for Roran Garrowson while we both yet live. Do you swear to uphold his honor, to remain steadfast and faithful to him in the years to come, to bear his children while you may, and to be a caring mother for them? I swear I shall uphold his honor, remain steadfast and faithful to him in the years to come, bear his children while I may, and be a caring mother for them. And do you swear to assume charge of his wealth and his possessions, and to manage them responsibly, so he may concentrate upon those duties that are his alone? Katrina swore she would. Smiling, Aragon drew a red ribbon from his sleeve and said, Cross your wrists. Roran and Katrina extended their left and right arms, respectively, and did as he instructed. Laying the middle of the ribbon across their wrists, Aragon wound the strip of satin 3 times around and then tied the ends together with a bowknot. As is my right as a dragon rider, I now declare you man and wife. The crowd erupted into cheers. Leaning toward each other, Roran and Katrina kissed, and the crowd redoubled their cheering. Saphira dipped her head toward the beaming couple and, as Roran and Katrina separated, she touched each of them on the brow with the tip of her snout. Live long, and may your love deepen with every passing year, she said. Roran and Katrina turned toward the crowd and raised their joined arms skyward. Let the feast begin, Roran declared. Aragon followed the pair as they descended from the hill and walked through the press of shouting people toward 2 chairs that had been set at the forefront of a row of tables. There Roran and Katrina sat, as the king and queen of their wedding. Then the guests lined up to offer their congratulations and present gifts. Aragon was first. His grin as large as theirs, he shook Roran's free hand and inclined his head toward Katrina. "Thank you, Aragon," Katrina said. "Yes, thank you," Roran added. "The honor was mine." He looked at both of them, then burst out laughing. "What?" demanded Roran. "You. The two of you are as happy as fools." Eyes sparkling, Katrina laughed and hugged Roran. "That we are." Growing sober, Aragon said, "You must know how fortunate you are to be here today, together. Roran, if you had not been able to rally everyone and travel to the burning plains, and if the Razak had taken you, Katrina, to Uruibane, neither of you would have." "Yes, but I did, and they didn't," interrupted Roran. "Let us not darken this day with unpleasant thoughts about what might have been. That is not why I mention it." Aragon glanced at the line of people waiting behind him, making sure they were not close enough to eavesdrop. "All three of us are enemies of the Empire. And as today has demonstrated, we are not safe, even here among the Varden. If Galbatorix can, he will strike at any one of us, including you, Katrina, in order to hurt the others. So I made these for you." From the pouch at his belt, Aragon withdrew 2 plain gold rings, polished until they shone. The previous night, he had molded them out of the last of the gold orbs he had extracted from the earth. He handed the larger one to Roran and the smaller one to Katrina. Roran turned his ring, examining it, then held it up against the sky, squinting at the glyphs in the ancient language carved into the inside of the band. "It's very nice, but how can these help protect us?" "I enchanted them to do 3 things, said Aragon. "If you ever need my help, or Saphira's, twist the ring once around your finger and say, 'Help me, Shadeslayer, help me, Bright Scales,' and we will hear you, and we will come as fast as we can. Also, if either of you is close to death, your ring will alert us and you, Roran, or you, Katrina, depending on who is in peril. And so long as the rings are touching your skin, you will always know how to find each other, no matter how far apart you may be." He hesitated, then added, "I hope you will agree to wear them." "Of course we will," said Katrina. Roran's chest swelled, and his voice became husky. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you. I wish we had had these before she and I were separated in Carbajal." Since they only had 1 free hand apiece, Katrina slid Roran's ring on for him, placing it on the 3rd finger of his right hand, and he slid Katrina's on for her, placing it on the 3rd finger of her left hand. "I have another gift for you as well," said Aragon. Turning, he whistled and waved. Pushing his way through the crowd, a groom hurried toward them, leading Snowfire by the bridle. The groom handed Aragon the reins to the stallion, then bowed and withdrew. Aragon said, "Roran, you will need a good steed. This is Snowfire. He was Brahms to begin with, then mine, and now I am giving him to you." Roran ran his eyes over Snowfire. "He's a magnificent beast. The finest. Will you accept him?" "With pleasure." Aragon summoned back the groom and returned Snowfire to his care, instructing him that Roran was the stallion's new owner. As the man and horse left, Aragon looked at the people in line who were carrying presents for Roran and Katrina. Laughing, he said, "The 2 of you may have been poor this morning, but you'll be rich by this evening. If Saphira and I ever have a chance to settle down, we'll have to come live with you in the giant hall you will build for all of your children. Whatever we build, it will hardly be large enough for Saphira, I think," said Roran. "But you will always be welcome with us," said Katrina. "Both of you." After congratulating them once more, Aragon ensconced himself at the end of a table and amused himself by throwing scraps of roast chicken toward Saphira and watching her snap them out of the air. He remained there until Nasuda had spoken with Roran and Katrina, handing them something small he could not see. Then he intercepted Nasuda as she was departing the festivities. "What is it, Aragon?" she asked. "I cannot linger. Was it you who gave Katrina her dress and her dowry?" Do you disapprove?" "I am grateful you were so kind to my family, but I wonder." "Yes. Isn't the Varden desperate for gold?" "We are," Nasuda said, "but not so desperate as before. Since my scheme with the lace, and since I triumphed in the trial of the Long Knives and the wandering tribes swore absolute fealty to me and granted me access to their riches, we are less likely to starve to death and more likely to die because we don't have a shield or a spear." Her lips twitched in a smile. "What I gave Katrina is insignificant compared with the vast sums this army requires to function. And I do not believe I have squandered my gold. Rather, I believe I have made a valuable purchase. I have purchased prestige and self-respect for Katrina, and by extension, I have purchased Roran's goodwill. I may be overly optimistic, but I suspect his loyalty will prove far more valuable than 100 shields or 100 spears. You are always seeking to improve the Varden's prospects, aren't you? Aragon said. Always. As you should be. Nasuda started to walk away from him, then returned and said, sometime before sunset, come to my pavilion, and we will visit the men who were wounded today. There are many we cannot heal, you know. It will do them good to see that we care about their welfare and that we appreciate their sacrifice. Aragon nodded. I will be there. Good. Hours passed as Aragon laughed and ate and drank and traded stories with old friends. Meat flowed like water, and the wedding feast became ever more boisterous. Clearing a space between the tables, the men tested their prowess against one another with feats of wrestling and archery and bouts with quarter staves. Two of the elves, a man and a woman, demonstrated their skill with swordplay, awing the onlookers with the speed and grace of their dancing blades, and even Arya consented to perform a song, which sent shivers down Aragon's spine. Throughout, Roran and Katrina said little, preferring to sit and gaze at each other, oblivious to their surroundings. When the bottom of the orange sun touched the distant horizon, however, Aragon reluctantly excused himself. With Saphira by his side, he left the sounds of revelry behind and walked to Nasuda's pavilion, breathing deeply of the cool evening air to clear his head. Nasuda was waiting for him in front of her red command tent, the Nighthawks gathered close around. Without saying a word, she, Aragon, and Saphira made their way across the camp to the tents of the healers, where the injured warriors lay. For over an hour, Nasuda and Aragon visited with the men who had lost their limbs or their eyes or had contracted an incurable infection in the course of fighting the Empire. Some of the warriors had been injured that morning. Others, as Aragon discovered, had been wounded on the burning plains and had yet to recover, despite all the herbs and spells lavished upon them. Before they had set forth among the rows of blanket-covered men, Nasuda had warned Aragon not to tire himself further by attempting to heal everyone he met, but he could not help muttering a spell here and there to ease pain or to drain an abscess or to reshape a broken bone or to remove an unsightly scar. One of the men Aragon met had lost his left leg below the knee, as well as 2 fingers on his right hand. His beard was short and gray, and his eyes were covered with a strip of black cloth. When Aragon greeted him and asked how he fared, the man reached out and grasped Aragon by the elbow with the 3 fingers of his right hand. In a hoarse voice, the man said, "Ah, Shadeslayer. I knew you would come. I have been waiting for you ever since the light." "What do you mean?" "The light that illuminated the flesh of the world. In a single instant, I saw every living thing around me, from the largest to the smallest. I saw my bones shining through my arms. I saw the worms in the earth and the gore crows in the sky and the mites on the wings of the crows. The gods have touched me, Shadeslayer. They gave me this vision for a reason. I saw you on the field of battle, you and your dragon, and you were like a blazing sun among a forest of dim candles. And I saw your brother and his dragon, and they too were like a sun." The nape of Aragon's neck prickled as he listened. "I have no brother," he said. The maimed swordsman cackled. "You cannot fool me, Shadeslayer. I know better. The world burns around me, and from the fire, I hear the whisper of minds, and I learn things from the whispers. You hide yourself from me now, but I can still see you, a man of yellow flame with 12 stars floating around your waist and another star, brighter than the others, upon your right hand." Aragon pressed his palm against the belt of Beloth the Wise, checking that the 12 diamonds sewn within were still concealed. They were. "Listen to me, Shadeslayer," whispered the man, pulling Aragon toward his lined face. "I saw your brother, and he burned. But he did not burn like you. Oh no, the light from his soul shone through him, as if it came from somewhere else. He was a void, a shape of a man. And through that shape came the brilliance that burned. Do you understand? Others illuminated him. Where were these others? Did you see them as well?" The warrior hesitated. "I could feel them close at hand, raging at the world as if they hated everything in it, but their bodies were hidden from my sight. They were there and not there. I cannot explain better than that. I would not want to get any closer to those creatures, Shadeslayer. They aren't human, of that I'm sure, and their hate, it was like the largest thunderstorm you've ever seen crammed into a tiny glass bottle." "And when the bottle breaks," Aragon murmured. "Exactly, Shadeslayer. Sometimes I wonder if Galbatorix has managed to capture the gods themselves and make them his slaves, but then I laugh and call myself a fool." "Whose gods, though? The dwarves? Those of the wandering tribes?" "Does it matter, Shadeslayer? A god is a god, regardless of where he comes from. Aragon grunted. Perhaps you're right. As he left the man's pallet, one of the healers pulled Aragon aside. She said, "Forgive him, my lord. The shock of his wounds has driven him quite mad. He's always ranting about suns and stars and glowing lights he claims to see. Sometimes it seems as if he knows things he shouldn't, but don't you be deceived, he gets them from the other patients. They gossip all the time, you know. It's all they have to do, poor things." "I am not a lord," Aragon said, "and he is not mad. I'm not sure what he is, but he has an uncommon ability. If he gets better or worse, please inform one of Duvranger Gata." The healer curtsied. "As you wish, Shadeslayer. I'm sorry for my mistake, Shadeslayer." "How was he hurt?" "A soldier cut off his fingers when he tried to block a sword with his hand. Later, one of the missiles from the Empire's catapults landed upon his leg, crushing it beyond repair. We had to amputate." The men who were beside him said that when the missile struck, he immediately began screaming about the light, and when they picked him up, they noticed that his eyes had turned pure white. Even his pupils have disappeared. "Ah, you have been most helpful. Thank you." It was dark when Aragon and Nasuda finally left the healers, tense. Nasuda sighed and said, "Now I could use a mug of mead." Aragon nodded, staring down between his feet. They started back to her pavilion, and after a while, she asked, "What are you thinking, Aragon?" "That we live in a strange world, and I'll be lucky if I ever understand more than a small portion of it." Then he recounted his conversation with the man, which she found as interesting as he had. "You should tell Arya about this," said Nasuda. "She might know what these others could be." They parted at her pavilion, Nasuda going inside to finish reading a report, while Aragon and Saphira continued on to Aragon's tent. There Saphira curled up on the ground and prepared to sleep as Aragon sat next to her and gazed at the stars, a parade of wounded men marching before his eyes. What many of them had told him continued to reverberate through his mind. "We fought for you, Shadeslayer." Whispers in the night. Roran opened his eyes and stared at the drooping canvas overhead. A thin gray light pervaded the tent, bleaching objects of their color, rendering everything a pale shadow of its daylight self. He shivered. The blankets had slid down to his waist, exposing his torso to the cold night air. As he pulled them back up, he noticed that Katrina was no longer by his side. He saw her sitting by the entrance to the tent, staring up at the sky. She had a cloak wrapped over her shift. Her hair fell to the small of her back, a dark tangled bramble. A lump formed in Roran's throat as he studied her. Dragging the blankets with him, he sat beside her. He placed an arm around her shoulders, and she leaned against him, her head and neck warm against his chest. He kissed her on the brow. For a long while, he contemplated the glimmering stars with her and listened to the regular pattern of her breathing, the only sound besides his own in the sleeping world. Then she whispered, "The constellations are shaped differently here. Have you noticed?" He shifted his arm, fitting it against the curve of her waist and feeling the slight bulge of her growing belly. "What woke you?" She shivered. "I was thinking." "Oh." Starlight gleamed in her eyes as she twisted in his arms and gazed at him. "I was thinking about you and us, and our future together." "Those are heavy thoughts for so late at night. Now that we are married, how do you plan to care for me and for our child?" "Is that what worries you?" He smiled. "You won't starve, we have gold enough to assure that. Besides, the Varden will always see to it that Aragon's cousins have food and shelter. Even if something were to happen to me, they would continue to provide for you and the baby." "Yes, but what do you intend to do?" Puzzled, he searched her face for the source of her agitation. "I am going to help Aragon end this war so we can return to Palantir Valley and settle down without fear of soldiers dragging us off to Uruibane. What else would I do?" "You will fight with the Varden, then." "You know I will. As you would have fought today if Nasuda had let you." "Yes." "What of our baby, though? An army on the march is no place to raise a child. We cannot run away and hide from the Empire, Katrina. Unless the Varden win, Galbatorix will find and kill us, or he will find and kill our children, or our children's children. And I do not think the Varden will achieve victory unless everyone does their utmost to help them." She placed a finger over his lips. "You are my only love. No other man shall ever capture my heart. I will do everything I can to lighten your burden. I will cook your meals, mend your clothes, and clean your armor. But once I give birth, I will leave this army." "Leave?" He went rigid. "That's nonsense. Where would you go?" Doubt, perhaps. Remember, Lady Alaris offered us sanctuary, and some of our people are still there. I would not be alone. If you think I'm going to let you and our newborn child go tramping across Algesia by yourselves, then you don't need to shout. I'm not. Yes, you are. Clasping his hand between hers and pressing it against her heart, she said, it's not safe here. If it were only the two of us, I could accept the danger, but not when it is our baby who might die. I love you, Roran, I love you so much, but our child has to come before anything we want for ourselves. Otherwise, we do not deserve to be called parents. Tears shone in her eyes, and he felt his own eyes dampen. It was you, after all, who convinced me to leave Carvajal and hide in the spine when the soldiers attacked. This is no different. The stars swam before Roran as his vision blurred. I would rather lose an arm than be parted from you again. Katrina began to cry then, her quiet sobs shaking his body. I don't want to leave you either. He tightened his embrace and rocked back and forth with her. When her weeping subsided, he whispered in her ear, I would rather lose an arm than be parted from you, but I would rather die than allow anyone to hurt you, or our child. If you are going to leave, you should leave now, while it's still easy for you to travel. She shook her head. No, I want Gertrude as my midwife. She's the only one I trust. Besides, if I have any difficulty, I would rather be here, where there are magicians trained in healing. Nothing will go wrong, he said. As soon as our child is born, you will go to a baron, not Doubt, it is less likely to be attacked. And if a baron becomes too dangerous, then you will go to the Bior Mountains and live with the dwarves. And if Galbatorix strikes at the dwarves, then you will go to the elves in Dueldenvarden. And if Galbatorix attacks Dueldenvarden, I will fly to the moon and raise our child among the spirits who inhabit the heavens. And they will bow down to you and make you their queen, as you deserve. She snuggled closer to him. Together, they sat and watched as, one by one, the stars vanished from the sky, obscured by the glow spreading in the east. When only the morning star remained, Roran said, you know what this means, don't you? What? I'll just have to ensure we kill every last one of Galbatorix's soldiers, capture all the cities in the Empire, defeat Murda and Thorn, and behead Galbatorix and his turncoat dragon before your time comes. That way, there will be no need for you to go away. She was silent for a moment, then said, if you could, I would be very happy. They were about to return to their cot when, out of the glimmering sky, there sailed a miniature ship, woven of dry strips of grass. The ship hovered in front of their tent, rocking upon invisible waves of air, and almost seemed to be looking at them with its dragon head-shaped prow. Roran froze, as did Katrina. Like a living creature, the ship darted across the path before their tent, then it swooped up and around, chasing an errant moth. When the moth escaped, the ship glided back toward the tent, stopping only inches from Katrina's face. Before Roran could decide if he should snatch the ship out of the air, it turned and flew off toward the morning star, vanishing once more into the endless ocean of the sky, leaving them to gaze after it in wonder. Orders. Late that night, visions of death and violence gathered along the edges of Aragon's dreams, threatening to overwhelm him with panic. He stirred with unease, wanting to break free but unable to do so. Brief, disjointed images of stabbing swords and screaming men and Murtaugh's angry face flashed before his eyes. Then Aragon felt Saphira enter his mind. She swept through his dreams like a great wind, brushing aside his looming nightmare. In the silence that followed, she whispered, all is well, little one. Rest easy, you are safe, and I am with you. Rest easy. A sense of profound peace crept over Aragon. He rolled over and drifted off into happier memories, comforted by his awareness of Saphira's presence. When Aragon opened his eyes, an hour before sunrise, he found himself lying underneath one of Saphira's vein-webbed wings. She had her tail wrapped around him, and her side was warm against his head. He smiled and crawled out from under her wing even as she lifted her head and yawned. Good morning, he said. She yawned again and stretched like a cat. Aragon bathed, shaved with magic, cleaned the falchion scabbard of dried blood from the previous day, and then dressed in one of his elf tunics. Once he was satisfied he was presentable, and Saphira had finished her tongue bath, they walked in Asuda's pavilion. All 6 of the current shift of Nighthawks were standing outside, their seamed faces set into their usual grim expressions. Aragon waited while a stocky dwarf announced them. Then he entered the tent, and Saphira crawled around to the open panel where she could insert her head and participate in the discussion. Aragon bowed to Nasuda where she sat in her high-backed chair carved with blooming thistles. My lady, you asked me to come here to talk about my future. You said you had a most important mission for me. I did, and I do, said Nasuda. Please, be seated. She indicated a folding chair next to Aragon. Tilting the sword at his waist so it would not catch, he settled into the chair. As you know, Galbatorix has sent battalions to the cities of Eros, Fainster, and Bellatona in an attempt to prevent us from taking them by siege or, failing that, to slow our progress and force us to divide our own troops so we would be more vulnerable to the depredations of the soldiers who were camped north of us. After yesterday's battle, our scouts reported that the last of Galbatorix's men withdrew to parts unknown. I was going to strike at those soldiers days ago, but I had to refrain since you were absent. Without you, Murtaugh and Thorn could have slaughtered our warriors with impunity, and we had no way of discovering whether the two of them were among the soldiers. Now that you are with us again, our position is somewhat improved, although not as much as I had hoped, given that we must now also contend with Galbatorix's latest artifice, these men without pain. Our only encouragement is that the two of you, along with Iceland's spellcasters, have proved you can fend off Murtaugh and Thorn. Upon that hope depends our plan for victory. That red runt is no match for me, said Saphira. If he did not have Murtaugh protecting him, I would trap him against the ground and shake him by the neck until he submitted to me and acknowledged me as leader of the hunt. I am sure you would, said Nasuda, smiling. Aragon asked, what course of action have you decided upon, then? I have decided upon several courses, and we must undertake them all simultaneously if any are to be successful. First, we cannot push farther into the Empire, leaving cities behind us that Galbatorix still controls. To do that would be to expose ourselves to attacks from both the front and the rear and to invite Galbatorix to invade and seize Cirta while we were absent. So I have already ordered the Varden to march north, to the nearest place where we can safely cross the Giant River. Once we are on the other side of the river, I will send warriors south to capture Eros while King Orin and I continue with the remainder of our forces to Fainster, which, with your help and Saphira's, should fall before us without too much trouble. While we are engaged in the tedious business of tramping across the countryside, I have other responsibilities for you, Aragon. She leaned forward in her seat. We need the full help of the dwarves. The elves are fighting for us in the north of Algesia, the Serdans have joined with us body and mind, and even the Urgles have allied themselves with us. But we need the dwarves. We cannot succeed without them. Especially now that we must contend with soldiers who cannot feel pain. Have the dwarves chosen a new king or queen yet? Nasuda grimaced. Narheim assures me that the process is moving apace, but like the elves, dwarves take a longer view of time than we do. A pace for them might mean months of deliberations. Don't they realize the urgency of the situation? Some do, but many oppose helping us in this war, and they seek to delay the proceedings as long as possible and to install one of their own upon the marble throne in Trondheim. The dwarves have lived in hiding for so long, they have become dangerously suspicious of outsiders. If someone hostile to our aims wins the throne, we shall lose the dwarves. We cannot allow that to happen. Nor can we wait for the dwarves to resolve their differences at their usual pace. But, she raised a finger, from so far away, I cannot effectively intervene in their politics. Even if I were in Trondheim, I could not ensure a favorable outcome. The dwarves do not take kindly to anyone who is not of their clans meddling in their government. So I want you, Aragon, to travel to Trondheim in my stead and do what you can to ensure that the dwarves choose a new monarch in an expeditious manner, and that they choose a monarch who is sympathetic to our cause. Me, but King Hrothgar adopted you into der Grimstingidum. According to their laws and customs, you are a dwarf, Aragon. You have a legal right to participate in the Halmeets of the Ingidum, and as Auric is set to become their chief, and as he is your foster brother and a friend of the Vardens, I am sure he will agree to let you accompany him into the secret councils of the 13 clans where they elect their rulers. Her proposal seemed preposterous to Aragon. What about Murtaugh and Thorn? When they return, as they surely will, Saphira and I are the only ones who can hold our own against them, albeit with some assistance. If we are not here, no one will be able to stop them from killing you or Arya or Orin or the rest of the Varden. The gap between Nasuda's eyebrows narrowed. You dealt Murtaugh a stinging defeat yesterday. Most likely, he and Thorn are winging their way back to Uruivane even as we speak, so Galbatorix may interrogate them about the battle and chastise them for their failure. He will not send them to attack us again until he is confident that they can overwhelm you. Murtaugh is surely uncertain about the true limits of your strength now, so that unhappy event may yet be some while off. Between now and then, I believe you will have enough time to travel back and forth between Farth and Dur. You could be wrong, argued Aragon. Besides, how would you keep Galbatorix from learning about our absence and attacking while we are gone? I doubt you have found all of the spies he has seated among us. Nasuda tapped her fingers on the arms of her chair. I said I wanted you to go to Farth and Dur, Aragon. I did not say I wanted Saphira to go as well. Turning her head, Saphira released a small puff of smoke that drifted toward the peak of the tent. I'm not about to. Let me finish, please, Aragon. He clamped shut his jaw and glared at her, his left hand tight around the pommel of the falchion. You are not beholden to me, Saphira, but my hope is that you will agree to stay here while Aragon journeys to the dwarfs so that we can deceive the Empire and the Varden as to Aragon's whereabouts. If we can hide your departure, she gestured at Aragon, from the masses, no one will have any reason to suspect you are not still here. We will only have to devise a suitable excuse, then, to account for your sudden desire to remain in your tent during the day, perhaps that you and Saphira are flying sorties into enemy territory at night and so must rest while the sun is up. In order for the ruse to work, however, Bloodborne and his companions will have to stay here as well, both to avoid arousing suspicion and for reasons of defense. If Murtaugh and Thorn reappear while you are gone, Arya can take your place on Saphira. Between her, Bloodborne's spellcasters, and the magicians of Dubrangar Gata, we should have a fair chance of thwarting Murtaugh. In a harsh voice, Aragon said, if Saphira doesn't fly me to Farth and Dur, then how am I supposed to travel there in a timely fashion? By running. You told me yourself you ran much of the distance from Helgrind. I expect that without having to hide from soldiers or peasants you can traverse many more leagues each day on the way to Farth and Dur than you were able to in the Empire. Again Nasuda drummed the polished wood of her chair. Of course, it would be foolish to go alone. Even a powerful magician can die of a simple accident in the far reaches of the wilderness if he has no one to help him. Shepherding you through the Bior Mountains would be a waste of Arya's talents, and people would notice if one of Bloodborne's elves disappeared without explanation. Therefore, I have decided that a cull should accompany you, as they are the only other creatures capable of matching your pace. A cull, exclaimed Aragon, unable to contain himself any longer. You would send me among the dwarves with a cull by my side. I cannot think of any race the dwarves hate more than the Urgals. They make bows out of their horns. If I walked into Farth and Dur with an Urgal, the dwarves would not pay heed to anything I had to say. I am well aware of that, said Nasuda, which is why you will not go directly to Farth and Dur. Instead, you will first stop at Breg and hold on Mount Thardor, which is the ancestral home of the Ingaitum. There you will find Auric, and there you can leave the cull while you continue on to Farth and Dur in Auric's company. Staring somewhat beyond Nasuda, Aragon said, and what if I do not agree with the path you have chosen? What if I believe there are other, safer ways to accomplish what you desire? What ways would those be, pray tell? Asked Nasuda, her fingers pausing in midair. I would have to think about it, but I am sure they exist. I have thought about it, Aragon, and at great length. Having you act as my emissary is our only hope of influencing the succession of the dwarves. I was raised among dwarves, remember, and I have a better understanding of them than most humans. I still believe it's a mistake, he growled. Send Jormungandr instead, or one of your other commanders. I won't go, not while. You won't, said Nasuda, her voice rising. A vassal who disobeys his lord is no better than a warrior who ignores his captain on the field of battle and may be punished similarly. As your legal lord, then, Aragon, I order you to run to Farth and Dur, whether you want or not, and to oversee the choosing of the next ruler of the dwarves. Furious, Aragon breathed heavily through his nose, gripping and regripping the pommel of his falchion. In a softer, although still guarded, tone, Nasuda said, what will it be, Aragon? Will you do as I ask, or will you dispossess me and leave the Varden yourself? Those are your only options. Shocked, he said, no, I can reason with you. I can convince you otherwise. You cannot, because you cannot provide me with an alternative that is as likely to succeed. He met her gaze. I could refuse your order and let you punish me however you deem fit. His suggestion startled her. Then she said, to see you lashed to a whipping post would do irreparable harm to the Varden. And it would destroy my authority, for people would know you could defy me whenever you wanted, with the only consequence being a handful of stripes that you could heal an instant later, for we cannot execute you, as we would any other warrior who disobeyed a superior. I would rather abdicate my post and grant you command of the Varden than allow such a thing to occur. If you believe you are better suited for the task, then take my position, take my chair, and declare yourself master of this army. But so long as I speak for the Varden, I have the right to make these decisions. If they be mistakes, then that is my responsibility as well. Will you listen to no advice? Aragon asked, troubled. Will you dictate the course of the Varden regardless of what those around you counsel? Nasuda's middle fingernail clacked against the polished wood of her chair. I do listen to advice. I listen to a continuous stream of advice every waking hour of my life, but sometimes my conclusions do not match those of my underlings. Now, you must decide whether you will uphold your oath of fealty and abide by my decision, even though you may not agree with it, or if you will set yourself up as a mirror image of Galbatorix. I only want what is best for the Varden, he said. As do I. You leave me no choice but one I dislike. Sometimes it is harder to follow than it is to lead. May I have a moment to think? You may. Saphira, he asked. Flecks of purple light danced around the interior of the pavilion as she twisted her neck and fixed her eyes upon Aragon's. Little one. Should I go? I think you must. He pressed his lips together in a rigid line. And what of you? You know I hate to be separated from you, but Nasuda's arguments are well reasoned. If I can help keep Murtaugh and Thorn away by remaining with the Varden, then perhaps I should. His emotions and hers washed between their minds, tidal surges in a shared pool of anger, anticipation, reluctance, and tenderness. From him flowed the anger and reluctance, from her other, gentler sentiments, as rich in scope as his own, that moderated his choleric passion and lent him perspectives he would not otherwise have. Nevertheless, he clung with stubborn insistence to his opposition to Nasuda's scheme. If you flew me to Farthandur, I would not be gone for as long, meaning Galbatorix would have less of an opportunity to mount a new assault. But his spies would tell him the Varden were vulnerable the moment we left.
Very well.
I do not want to part with you again so soon after Helgrund. Our own desires cannot take precedence over the needs of the Varden, but no, I do not want to part with you either. Still, remember what Oromas said, that the prowess of a dragon and rider is measured not only by how well they work together but also by how well they can function when apart. We are both mature enough to operate independently of each other, Aragon, however much we may dislike the prospect. You proved that yourself during your trip from Helgrund. Would it bother you fighting with Arya on your back, as Nasuda mentioned? Her I would mind least of all. We have fought together before, and it was she who ferried me across Algesia for nigh on 20 years when I was in my egg. You know that, little one. Why pose this question? Are you jealous? What if I am? An amused twinkle lit her sapphire eyes. She flicked her tongue at him. Then it is very sweet of you. Would you I should stay or go? It is your choice to make, not mine. But it affects us both. Aragon dug at the ground with the tip of his boot. Then he said, if we must participate in this mad scheme, we should do everything we can to help it succeed. Stay, and see if you can keep Nasuda from losing her head over this thrice-blasted plan of hers. Be of good cheer, little one. Run fast, and we shall be reunited in short order. Aragon looked up at Nasuda. Very well, he said, I will go. Nasuda's posture relaxed somewhat. Thank you. And you, Saphira, will you stay or go? Projecting her thoughts to include Nasuda as well as Aragon, Saphira said, I will stay, Nightstalker. Nasuda inclined her head. Thank you, Saphira. I am most grateful for your support. Have you spoken to Bloodborne of this? Asked Aragon. Has he agreed to it? No, I assumed you would inform him of the details. Aragon doubted the elves would be pleased by the prospect of him traveling to Farthandur with only an Urgle for company. He said, if I might make a suggestion. You know I welcome your suggestions. That stopped him for a moment. A suggestion and a request, then. Nasuda lifted a finger, motioning for him to continue. When the dwarves have chosen their new king or queen, Saphira should join me in Farthandur, both to honor the dwarves, new ruler and to fulfill the promise she made to King Hrothgar after the battle for Trondheim. Nasuda's expression sharpened into that of a hunting wildcat. What promise was this? She asked. You have not told me of this before. That Saphira would mend the star sapphire, Isidar Mithrim, as recompense for Arya breaking it. Her eyes wide with astonishment, Nasuda looked at Saphira and said, you are capable of such a feat. I am, but I do not know if I will be able to summon the magic I will need when I am standing before Isidar Mithrim. My ability to cast spells is not subject to my own desires. At times, it is as if I have gained a new sense and I can feel the pulse of energy within my own flesh, and by directing it with my will, I can reshape the world as I wish. The rest of my life, however, I can no more cast a spell than a fish can fly. If I could mend Isidore Mithrim, though, it would go a long way toward earning us the goodwill of all the dwarves, not just a select few who have the breadth of knowledge to appreciate the importance of their cooperation with us. It would do more than you imagine, said Nasuda. The star sapphire holds a special place in the hearts of dwarves. Every dwarf has a love of gemstones, but Isidore Mithrim they love and cherish above all others, because of its beauty, and most of all because of its immense size. Restore it to its previous glory and you will restore the pride of their race. Aragon said, even if Saphira failed to repair Isidore Mithrim, she should be present for the coronation of the dwarves, new ruler. You could conceal her absence for a few days by letting it be known among the Varden that she and I have left on a brief trip to a baron, or some such. By the time Galbatorix's spies realized you had deceived them, it would be too late for the Empire to organize an attack before we returned. Nasuda nodded. It is a good idea. Contact me as soon as the dwarves set a date for the coronation. I shall. You have made your suggestion, now out with your request. What is it you wish of me? Since you insist I must make this trip, with your permission, I would like to fly with Saphira from Trondheim to Elsmere after the coronation. For what purpose? To consult with the ones who taught us during our last visit to New Weldenbarden. We promised them that as soon as events allowed, we would return to Elsmere to complete our training. The line between Nasuda's eyebrows deepened. There is not the time for you to spend weeks or months in Elsmere continuing your education. No, but perhaps we have the time for a brief visit. Nasuda leaned her head against the back of her carved chair and gazed down at Aragon from underneath heavy lids. And who exactly are your teachers? I have noticed you always evade direct questions about them. Who is it that taught the two of you in Elsmere, Aragon? Fingering his ring, Aragon said, we swore an oath to Islandzadi that we would not reveal their identity without permission from her, Arya, or whoever may succeed Islandzadi to her throne. By all the demons above and below, how many oaths have you and Saphira sworn? Demanded Nasuda. You seem to bind yourself to everyone you meet. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Aragon shrugged and had opened his mouth to speak when Saphira said to Nasuda, we do not seek them out, but how can we avoid pledging ourselves when we cannot topple Galbatorix and the Empire without the support of every race in Algesia? Oaths are the price we pay for winning the aid of those in power. MMH, said Nasuda. So I must ask Arya for the truth of the matter. Aye, but I doubt she will tell you. The elves consider the identity of our teachers to be one of their most precious secrets. They will not risk sharing it unless absolutely necessary, to keep word of it from reaching Galbatorix. Aragon stared at the royal blue gemstone set in his ring, wondering how much more information his oath and his honor would allow him to divulge, then said, know this, though, we are not so alone as we once assumed. Nasuda's expression sharpened. I see. That is good to know, Aragon. I only wish the elves were more forthcoming with me. After pursing her lips for a brief moment, Nasuda continued. Why must you travel all the way to Elsmere? Have you no means to communicate with your tutors directly? Aragon spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. If only we could. Alas, the spell has yet to be invented that can broach the wards that encircle New Weldenbarden. The elves did not even leave an opening they themselves can exploit. If they had, Arya would have contacted Queen Islandzadi as soon as she was revived in Farth and Dewar, rather than physically going to New Weldenbarden. I suppose you were right. But then how was it you were able to consult Islandzadi about Sloane's fate? You implied that when you spoke with her, the elves' army was still situated within New Weldenbarden. They were, he said, but only in the fringe, beyond the protective measures of the wards. The silence between them was palpable as Nasuda considered his request. Outside the tent, Aragon heard the Nighthawks arguing among themselves about whether a bill or a halberd was better suited for fighting large numbers of men on foot and, beyond them, the creak of a passing oxcart, the jangle of armor on men trotting in the opposite direction, and hundreds of other indistinct sounds that drifted through the camp. When Nasuda spoke, she said, what exactly do you hope to gain from such a visit? I don't know, growled Aragon. He struck the pommel of the falchion with his fist. And that's the heart of the problem, we don't know enough. It might accomplish nothing, but on the other hand, we might learn something that could help us vanquish Murda and Galbatorix once and for all. We barely won yesterday, Nasuda. Barely. And I fear that when we again face Thorn and Murtaugh will be even stronger than before, and frost coats my bones when I consider the fact that Galbatorix's abilities far exceed Murtaugh's, despite the vast amount of power he has already bestowed upon my brother. The elf who taught me, Aragon hesitated, considering the wisdom of what he was about to say, then forged onward. He hinted that he knows how it is Galbatorix's strength has been increasing every year, but he refused to reveal more at the time because we were not advanced enough in our training. Now, after our encounters with Thorn and Murtaugh, I think he will share his knowledge with us. Moreover, there are entire branches of magic we have yet to explore, and any one of them might provide the means to defeat Galbatorix. If we are going to gamble upon this trip, Nasuda, then let us not gamble to maintain our current position, let us gamble to increase our standing and so win this game of chance. Nasuda sat motionless for over a minute. I cannot make this decision until after the dwarves hold their coronation. Whether you go to Weldenbarden will depend on the movements of the Empire then and on what our spies report about Murtaugh and Thorn's activities. Over the course of the next 2 hours, Nasuda instructed Aragon about the 13 dwarf clans. She schooled him in their history and their politics, in the products upon which each clan based the majority of its trade, in the names, families, and personalities of the clan chiefs, in the list of important tunnels excavated and controlled by each clan, and in what she felt would be the best way to coax the dwarves to elect a king or queen friendly to the goals of the Varden. Ideally, Auric would be the one to take the throne, she said. King Hrothgar was highly regarded by most of his subjects, and Grimst Ingidum remains one of the richest and most influential of clans, all of which is to Auric's benefit. Auric is devoted to our cause. He has served as one of the Varden, you and I both count him as a friend, and he is your foster brother. I believe he has the skills to become an excellent king for the dwarves. Amusement kindled in her expression. Small matter, that. However, he is young by the standards of the dwarves, and his association with us may prove to be an insurmountable barrier for the other clan chiefs. Another obstacle is that the other great clans, Der Grimst Feldunost and Der Grimst Nolkeruthen, to name but two, are eager, after over 100 years of rule by the Ingidum, to see the crown go to a different clan. By all means, support Auric if it can help him onto the throne, but if it becomes obvious that his attempt is doomed and your backing could guarantee the success of another clan chief who favors the Varden, then transfer your support, even if doing so will offend Auric. You cannot allow friendship to interfere with politics, not now. When Nasuda finished her lecture on the dwarf clans, she, Aragon, and Saphira spent several minutes figuring out how Aragon could slip out of the camp without being noticed. After they had finally hammered out the details of the plan, Aragon and Saphira returned to their tent and told Bloodborne what they had decided. To Aragon's surprise, the fur-covered elf did not object. Curious, Aragon asked, "Do you approve?" "It is not my place to say whether I approve or not," Bloodborne replied, his voice a low purr. "But since Nasuda's stratagem does not seem to put either of you in unreasonable danger, and by means of this you may have the opportunity to further your learning in Elsmera, neither I nor my brethren shall object." He inclined his head. "If you will excuse me, Yardskuller, Argetlum." Skirting Saphira, the elf exited the tent, allowing a bright flash of light to pierce the darkness inside as he pushed aside the entrance flap. For a handful of minutes, Aragon and Saphira sat in silence, then Aragon put his hand on the top of her head. "Say what you will, I will miss you. And I you, little one. Be careful, if anything happened to you, I would. And you as well." He sighed. "We've been together only a few days, and already we must part again. I find it hard to forgive Nasuda for that. Do not condemn her for doing what she must. No, but it leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Move swiftly then, so I may soon join you in Farthendur. I wouldn't mind being so far away from you if only I could still touch your mind. That's the worst part of it, the horrible sense of emptiness. We dare not even speak to each other through the mirror in Nasuda's tent, for people would wonder why you kept visiting her without me." Saphira blinked and flicked out her tongue, and he sensed a strange shift in her emotions. "What?" he asked. She blinked again. "I agree. I wish we could remain in mental contact when we were at great distances from each other. It would reduce our worry and trouble and would allow us to confound the Empire more easily." She hummed with satisfaction as he sat next to her and began to scratch the small scales behind the corner of her jaw. Footprints of shadow. With a series of giddy leaps, Saphira carried Aragon through the camp to Roran and Katrina's tent. Outside the tent, Katrina was washing a shift in a bucket of soapy water, scrubbing the white fabric against a board of ridged wood. She lifted a hand to shield her eyes as a cloud of dust from Saphira's landing drifted over her. Roran stepped out of the tent, buckling on his belt. He coughed and squinted in the dust. "What brings you here?" he asked as Aragon dismounted. Speaking quickly, Aragon told them of his impending departure and impressed upon them the importance of keeping his absence a secret from the rest of the villagers. "No matter how slighted they feel because I supposedly refuse to see them, you cannot reveal the truth to them, not even to Horst or Elaine. Let them think I have become a rude and ungrateful lout before you so much as utter a word about Nasuda's scheme. This I ask of you, for the sake of everyone who has pitted themselves against the Empire. Will you do it?" "We would never betray you, Aragon," said Katrina. "Of that, you need have no doubts." Then Roran said that he too was leaving. "Where?" exclaimed Aragon. "I just received my assignment a few minutes ago. We are going to raid the Empire's supply train, somewhere well north of us, behind enemy lines." Aragon gazed at the three of them in turn. First Roran, serious and determined, already tense with anticipation of battle, then Katrina, worried and trying to conceal it, and then Saphira, whose nostrils flickered with small tongues of flame, which sputtered as she breathed. "So we are all going our separate ways." What he did not say, but which hung over them like a shroud, was that they might never again see each other alive. Grasping Aragon by the forearm, Roran pulled him close and hugged him for a moment. He released Aragon and stared deep into his eyes. "Guard your back, brother. Galbatorix isn't the only one who would like to slip a knife between your ribs when you aren't looking. Do the same yourself. And if you find yourself facing a spellcaster, run in the opposite direction. The wards I placed around you won't last forever." Katrina hugged Aragon and whispered, "Don't take too long." "I won't." Together, Roran and Katrina went to Saphira and touched their foreheads to her long, bony snout. Her chest vibrated as she produced a pure bass note deep within her throat. "Remember, Roran," she said, "do not make the mistake of leaving your enemies alive. And, Katrina, do not dwell on that which you cannot change. It will only worsen your distress." With a rustle of skin and scales, Saphira unfolded her wings and enveloped Roran, Katrina, and Aragon in a warm embrace, isolating them from the world. As Saphira lifted her wings, Roran and Katrina stepped away while Aragon climbed onto her back. He waved at the newlywed couple, a lump in his throat, and continued waving even as Saphira took to the air. Blinking to clear his eyes, Aragon leaned against the spike behind him and gazed up at the tilting sky. "To the cook tents now?" asked Saphira. "Aye." Saphira climbed a few hundred feet before she aimed herself at the southwestern quadrant of the camp, where pillars of smoke drifted up from rows of ovens and large, wide pit fires. A thin stream of wind slipped past her and Aragon as she glided downward toward a clear patch of ground between two open-walled tents, each 50 feet long. Breakfast was over, so the tents were empty of men when Saphira landed with a loud thump. Aragon hurried toward the fires beyond the plank tables, Saphira beside him. The many hundreds of men who were busy tending the fires, carving meat, cracking eggs, kneading dough, stirring cast iron kettles full of mysterious liquids, scrubbing clean enormous piles of dirty pots and pans, and who were otherwise engaged in the enormous and never-ending task of preparing food for the Varden did not pause to gawk at Aragon and Saphira. For what importance was a dragon and rider compared with the merciless demands of the ravenous many-mouthed creature whose hunger they were striving to sat? A stout man with a close-cropped beard of white and black, who was almost short enough to pass for a dwarf, trotted over to Aragon and Saphira and gave a curt bow. "I'm Quoth Marinson. How can I help you? If you want, Shadeslayer, we have some bread that just finished baking." He gestured toward a double row of sourdough loaves resting on a platter on a nearby table. "I might have half a loaf, if you can spare it," said Aragon. "However, my hunger isn't the reason for our visit. Saphira would like something to eat, and we haven't time for her to hunt as she usually does." Quoth looked past him and eyed Saphira's bulk, and his face grew pale. "How much does she normally, that is, how much do you normally eat, Saphira?" "I can have 6 sides of roast beef brought over immediately, and another 6 will be ready in about 15 minutes. Will that be enough, or?" The knob in his throat jumped as he swallowed. Saphira emitted a soft, rippling growl, which caused Quoth to squeak and hop backward. "She would prefer a live animal, if that's convenient," Aragon said. In a high-pitched voice, Quoth said, "Convenient. Oh yes, it's convenient." He bobbed his head, twisting at his apron with his grease-stained hands. "Most convenient indeed, Shadeslayer, Dragon Saphira. King Orin's table will not be lacking this afternoon, then, oh no." And a barrel of mead, Saphira said to Aragon. White circles appeared around Quoth's irises as Aragon repeated her request. I am afraid that the dwarves have purchased most of our stocks of mead. We have only a few barrels left, and those are reserved for King. Quoth flinched as a 4-foot-long flame leapt out of Saphira's nostrils and singed the grass in front of him. Snarled lines of smoke drifted up from the blackened stalks. I will have a barrel brought to you at once. If you will follow me, I will take you to the livestock, where you may have whatever beast you like. Skirting the fires and tables and groups of harried men, the cook led them to a collection of large wooden pens, which contained pigs, cattle, geese, goats, sheep, rabbits, and a number of wild deer the Varden's foragers had captured during their forays into the surrounding wilderness. Close to the pens were coops full of chickens, ducks, doves, quail, grouse, and other birds. Their squawking, chirping, cooing, and crowing formed a cacophony so harsh, it made Aragon grit his teeth with annoyance. In order to avoid being overwhelmed by the thoughts and feelings of so many creatures, he was careful to keep his mind closed to all but Saphira. The three of them stopped over 100 feet from the pen so Saphira's presence would not panic the imprisoned animals. Is there any here catches your fancy? Quoth asked, gazing up at her and rubbing his hands with nervous dexterity. As she surveyed the pens, Saphira sniffed and said to Aragon, what pitiful prey. I'm not really that hungry, you know. I went hunting only the day before yesterday, and I'm still digesting the bones of the deer I ate. You're still growing quickly. The food will do you good. Not if I can't stomach it. Pick something small, then. A pig, maybe. That would hardly be of any help to you. No, I'll take that one. From Saphira, Aragon received the image of a cow of medium stature with a splattering of white splotches on her left flank. After Aragon pointed out the cow, Quoth shouted at a line of men idling by the pens. Two of them separated the cow from the rest of the herd, slipped a rope over its head, and pulled the reluctant animal toward Saphira. 30 feet from Saphira, the cow balked and lowed with terror and tried to shake free of the rope and flee. Before the animal could escape, Saphira pounced, leaping across the distance separating them. The two men who were pulling on the rope threw themselves flat as Saphira rushed toward them, her jaws gaping. Saphira struck the cow broadside as it turned to run, knocking the animal over and holding it in place with her splayed feet. It uttered a single, terrified bleat before Saphira's jaws closed over its neck. With a ferocious shake of her head, she snapped its spine. She paused then, crouched low over her kill, and looked expectantly at Aragon. Closing his eyes, Aragon reached out with his mind toward the cow. The animal's consciousness had already faded into darkness, but its body was still alive, its flesh thrumming with motive energy, which was all the more intense for the fear that had coursed through it moments before. Repugnance for what he was about to do filled Aragon, but he ignored it and, placing a hand over the belt of Beloth the Wise, transferred what energy he could from the body of the cow into the 12 diamonds hidden around his waist. The process took only a few seconds. He nodded to Saphira. I'm done. Aragon thanked the men for their assistance, and then the two of them left him and Saphira alone. While Saphira gorged herself, Aragon sat against the barrel of meat and watched the cooks go about their business. Every time they or one of their assistants beheaded a chicken or cut the throat of a pig or a goat or any other animal, he transferred the energy from the dying animal into the belt of Beloth the Wise. It was grim work, for most of the animals were still aware when he touched their consciousness, and the howling storm of their fear and confusion and pain battered at him until his heart pounded and sweat beaded his brow, and he wished nothing more than to heal the suffering creatures. However, he knew it was their doom to die, lest the Varden should starve. He had depleted his reserve of energy during the past few battles, and Aragon wanted to replenish it before setting out on a long and potentially hazardous journey. If Nasuda had allowed him to remain with the Varden for another week, he could have stocked the diamonds with energy from his own body and still had time to recuperate before running to Farth and Dur, but he could not in the few hours he had. And even if he had done nothing but lie in bed and pour the fire from his limbs into the gems, he would not have been able to garner as much force as he did then from the multitude of animals. The diamonds in the belt of Beloth the Wise seemed to be able to absorb an almost unlimited amount of energy, so he stopped when he was unable to bear the prospect of immersing himself in the death throes of another animal. Shaking and dripping with sweat from head to toe, he leaned forward, his hands on his knees, and gazed at the ground between his feet, struggling not to be ill. Memories not his own intruded upon his thoughts, memories of Saphira soaring over Leona Lake with him on her back, of them plunging into the clear, cool water, a cloud of white bubbles swarming past them, of their shared delight in flying and swimming and playing together. His breathing calmed, and he looked at Saphira where she sat among the remnants of her kill, chewing on the cow's skull. He smiled and sent her his gratitude for her help. "We can go now," he said. Swallowing, she replied, "Take my strength as well. You may need it." "No. This is one argument you will not win. I insist. And I insist otherwise. I won't leave you here weakened and unfit for battle. What if Murtaugh and Thorn attack later today? We both need to be ready to fight at any moment. You'll be in more danger than I will because Galbatorix and the whole of the Empire will still believe I'm with you." "Yes, but you will be alone with a cull in the middle of the wilderness." "I am as accustomed to the wilderness as you. Being away from civilization does not frighten me. As for a cull, well, I don't know if I could beat one at a wrestling match, but my wards will protect me from any treachery. I have enough energy, Saphira. You don't need to give me more." She eyed him, considering his words, then lifted a paw and started licking it clean of blood. "Very well, I will keep myself to myself." The corners of her mouth seemed to lift with amusement. Lowering her paw, she said, "Would you be so kind as to roll that barrel over to me?" With a grunt, he got to his feet and did as she asked. She extended a single talon and punched 2 holes in the top of the barrel, which released the sweet smell of apple honey mead. Arching her neck so her head was directly above the barrel, she grasped it between her massive jaws, then lifted it skyward and poured the gurgling contents down her gullet. The empty barrel shattered against the ground when she dropped it, and one of the iron hoops rolled several yards away. Her upper lip wrinkled. Saphira shook her head, then her breath hitched and she sneezed so hard that her nose struck the ground and a gout of fire erupted from both her mouth and her nostrils. Aragon yelped with surprise and jumped sideways, batting at the smoking hem of his tunic. The right side of his face felt seared raw by the heat of the fire. "Saphira, be more careful," he exclaimed. "Oops." She lowered her head and rubbed her dust-caked snout against the edge of one foreleg, scratching at her nostrils. "The meat tickles." "Really, you ought to know better by now," he grumbled as he climbed onto her back. After rubbing her snout against her foreleg once more, Saphira leapt high into the air and, gliding over the Varden's camp, returned Aragon to his tent. He slid off her, then stood looking up at Saphira. For a time, they said nothing, allowing their shared emotions to speak for them. Saphira blinked, and he thought her eyes glistened more than normal. "This is a test," she said. "If we pass it, we shall be the stronger for it, as dragon and rider. We must be able to function by ourselves if necessary, else we will forever be at a disadvantage compared with others." "Yes." She gouged the earth with her clenching claws. "Knowing that does nothing to ease my pain, however." A shiver ran the length of her sinuous body. She shuffled her wings. "May the wind rise under your wings and the sun always be at your back. Travel well and travel fast, little one." "Goodbye," he said. Aragon felt that if he remained with her any longer, he would never leave, so he whirled around and, without a backward glance, plunged into the dark interior of his tent. The connection between them, which had become as integral to him as the structure of his own flesh, he severed completely. They would soon be too far apart to sense each other's minds anyway, and he had no desire to prolong the agony of their parting. He stood where he was for a moment, gripping the hilt of the falchion and swaying as if he were dizzy. Already the dull ache of loneliness suffused him, and he felt small and isolated without the comforting presence of Saphira's consciousness. "I did this before, and I can do this again," he thought, and forced himself to square his shoulders and lift his chin. From underneath his cot, he removed the pack he had made during his trip from Helgrind. Into it he placed the carved wooden tube wrapped in cloth that contained the scroll of the poem he had written for the Agati Bloodborne, which Oromus had copied for him in his finest calligraphy, the flask of enchanted Fielnerb and the small soapstone box of Nalgask that were also gifts from Oromus, the thick book, Domia Abr Werda, which was Jayod's present, his whetstone and his strop, and, after some hesitation, the many pieces of his armor, for he reasoned, "If the occasion arises where I need it, I will be more happy to have it than I will be miserable carrying it all the way to Farth and Dur." Or so he hoped.
Well.
The book and the scroll he took because, after having done so much traveling, he had concluded that the best way to avoid losing the objects he cared about was to keep them with him wherever he went.
Good hunt.
The only extra clothes he decided to bring were a pair of gloves, which he stuffed inside his helmet, and his heavy woolen cloak, in case it got cold when they stopped nights. All the rest, he left rolled up in Saphira's saddlebags. "If I really am a member of Der Grimstingitem," he thought, "they will clothe me properly when I arrive at Bregenhold." Cinching off the pack, he lay his unstrung bow and quiver across the top and lashed them to the frame. He was about to do the same with the falchion when he realized that if he leaned to the side, the sword could slide out of the sheath. Therefore, he tied the sword flat against the rear of the pack, angling it so the hilt would ride between his neck and his right shoulder, where he could still draw it if need be. Aragon donned the pack and then stabbed through the barrier in his mind, feeling the energy surging in his body and in the 12 diamonds mounted on the belt of Beloth the Wise. Tapping into that flow of force, he murmured the spell he had cast but once before, that which bent rays of light around him and rendered him invisible. A slight pall of fatigue weakened his limbs as he released the spell. He glanced downward and had the disconcerting experience of looking through where he knew his torso and legs to be and seeing the imprint of his boots on the dirt below. Now for the difficult part, he thought. Going to the rear of the tent, he slit the taut fabric with his hunting knife and slipped through the opening. Sleek as a well-fed cat, Bloodborne was waiting for him outside. He inclined his head in the general direction of Aragon and murmured, "Shadeslayer," then devoted his attention to mending the hole, which he did with a half-dozen short words in the ancient language. Aragon drifted down the path between 2 rows of tents, using his knowledge of woodcraft to make as little noise as possible. Whenever anyone approached, Aragon darted off the path and stood motionless, hoping they would not notice the footprints of shadow in the dirt or on the grass. He cursed the fact that the land was so dry. His boots tended to raise small puffs of dust no matter how gently he lowered them. To his surprise, being invisible degraded his sense of balance. Without the ability to see where his hands or his feet were, he kept misjudging distances and bumping into things, almost as if he had consumed too much ale. Despite his uncertain progress, he reached the edge of the camp in fairly good time and without arousing any suspicion. He paused behind a rain barrel, hiding his footprints in its thick shadow, and studied the packed earth ramparts and ditches lined with sharpened stakes that protected the Varden's eastern flank. If he had been trying to enter the camp, it would have been extremely difficult to escape detection by one of the many sentinels who patrolled the ramparts, even while invisible. But since the trenches and the ramparts had been designed to repel attackers and not imprison the defenders, crossing them from the opposite direction was a far easier task. Aragon waited until the 2 closest sentinels had their backs turned toward him, and then he sprinted forward, pumping his arms with all his might. Within seconds, he traversed the 100 or so feet that separated the rain barrel from the slope of the rampart and dashed up the embankment so fast, he felt as if he were a stone skipping across water. At the crest of the embankment, he drove his legs into the ground and, arms flailing, leapt out over the lines of the Varden's defenses. For 3 silent heartbeats, he flew, then landed with a bone-jarring impact. As soon as he regained his balance, Aragon pressed himself flat against the ground and held his breath. One of the sentinels paused in his rounds, but he did not seem to notice anything out of the ordinary, and after a moment he resumed his pacing. Aragon released his breath and whispered, "Nudeloi Lunia," and felt as the spell smoothed out the impressions his boots had left in the embankment. Still invisible, he stood and trotted away from the camp, careful to step only on clumps of grass so he would not kick up more dust. The farther he got from the sentinels, the faster he ran, until he sped over the land more quickly than a galloping horse. Almost an hour later, he danced down the steep side of a narrow draw that the wind and rain had etched into the surface of the grasslands. At the bottom was a trickle of water lined with rushes and cattails. He continued downstream, staying well away from the soft ground next to the water, in an attempt to avoid leaving traces of his passage, until the creek widened into a small pond, and there by the edge, he saw the bulk of a bare-chested cull sitting on a boulder. As Aragon pushed his way through a stand of cattails, the sound of rustling leaves and stalks alerted the cull of his presence. The creature turned his massive horned head toward Aragon, sniffing at the air. It was Nargarsvog, leader of the Urgles who had allied themselves with the Varden. "You," exclaimed Aragon, becoming visible once more. "Greetings, Firesword," Garsvog rumbled. Heaving up his thick limbs and giant torso, the Urgle rose to his full 8.5 feet, his gray-skinned muscles rippling in the light of the noonday sun. "Greetings, Nargarsvog," said Aragon. Confused, he asked, "What of your rams? Who will lead them if you go with me?" "My blood brother, Skagresh, will lead. He is not Cull, but he has long horns and a thick neck. He is a fine war chief." "I see. Why did you want to come, though?" The Urgle lifted his square chin, baring his throat. "You are Firesword. You must not die, or the Urgralgra, the Urgles, as you name us, will not have our revenge against Galbatorix, and our race will die in this land. Therefore, I will run with you. I am the best of our fighters. I have defeated 42 rams in single combat." Aragon nodded, not displeased by the turn of events. Of all the Urgles, he trusted Garzbog the most, for he had probed the cull's consciousness before the Battle of the Burning Plains and had discovered that, by the standards of his race, Garzbog was honest and reliable. As long as he doesn't decide that his honor requires him to challenge me to a duel, we should have no cause for conflict. Very well, Nar Garzbog, he said, tightening the strap of the pack around his waist. Let us run together, you and I, as has not happened in the whole of recorded history. Garzbog chuckled deep in his chest. Let us run, Firesword. Together they faced east, and together they set forth for the Bior Mountains, Aragon running light and swift, and Garzbog loping beside him, taking one stride for every two of Aragon's, the earth shuddering beneath the burden of his weight. Above them, swollen thunderheads gathered along the horizon, portending a torrential storm, and circling hawks uttered lonesome cries as they hunted their prey. Over hill and mountain, Aragon and Nar Garzbog ran for the rest of the day, through the night, and through the following day, stopping only to drink and to relieve themselves. At the end of the second day, Garzbog said, Firesword, I must eat, and I must sleep. Aragon leaned against a nearby stump, panting, and nodded. He had not wanted to speak first, but he was just as hungry and exhausted as the cull. Soon after leaving the Varden, he had discovered that while he was faster than Garzbog at distances of up to 5 miles, beyond that, Garzbog's endurance was equal to or greater than his own. I will help you hunt, he said. That is not needed. Make us a big fire, and I will bring us food. Fine. As Garzbog strode off toward a thicket of beech trees north of them, Aragon untied the strap around his waist and, with a sigh of relief, dropped his pack next to the stump. Blasted armor, he muttered. Even in the Empire, he had not run so far while carrying such a load. He had not anticipated how arduous it would be. His feet hurt, his legs hurt, his back hurt, and when he tried to crouch, his knees refused to bend properly. Trying to ignore his discomfort, he set about gathering grass and dead branches for a fire, which he piled on a patch of dry, rocky ground. He and Garzbog were somewhere just east of the southern tip of Lake Tudostan. The land was wet and lush, with fields of grass that stood 6 feet high, through which there roamed herds of deer, gazelles, and wild oxen with black hides and wide, back-swept horns. The riches of the area were due, Aragon knew, to the Bior Mountains, which caused the formation of huge banks of clouds that drifted for many leagues over the plains beyond, bringing rain to places that would otherwise have been as dry as the Hatterack Desert. Although the two of them had already run an enormous number of leagues, Aragon was disappointed by their progress. Between the giant river and Lake Tudostan, they had lost several hours while hiding and taking detours to avoid being seen. Now that Lake Tudostan was behind them, he hoped that their pace would increase. Nasuda didn't foresee this delay, now did she? Oh no, she thought I could run flat out from there to Barthentur. Picking at a branch that was in his way, he continued to gather wood, grumbling to himself the entire time. When Garzbog returned an hour later, Aragon had built a fire a yard long and 2 feet wide and was sitting in front of it, staring at the flames and fighting the urge to slip into the waking dreams that were his rest. His neck cracked as he looked up. Garzbog strode toward him, holding the carcass of a plump doe under his left arm. As if it weighed no more than a sack of rags, he lifted the doe and wedged its head in the fork of a tree 20 yards from the fire. Then he drew a knife and began to clean the carcass. Aragon stood, feeling as if his joints had turned to stone, and stumbled toward Garzbog. How did you kill it? He asked. With my sling, grumbled Garzbog. Do you intend to cook it on a spit? Or do Urgles eat their meat raw? Garzbog turned his head and gazed through the coil of his left horn at Aragon, a deep-set yellow eye gleaming with some enigmatic emotion. We are not beasts, Firesword. I did not say you were. With a grunt, the Urgle returned to his work. It will take too long to cook on a spit, said Aragon. I thought a stew, and we can fry what is left on a rock. Stew? How? We don't have a pot. Reaching down, Garzbog scrubbed his right hand clean on the ground, then removed a square of folded material from the pouch in his belt and tossed it at Aragon. Aragon tried to catch it but was so tired he missed, and the object struck the ground. It looked like an exceptionally large piece of vellum. As he picked it up, the square fell open, and he saw it had the shape of a bag, perhaps 1.5 feet wide and 3 feet deep. The rim was reinforced with a thick strip of leather, upon which were sewn metal rings. He turned the container over, amazed by its softness and the fact that it had no seams. What is it? He asked. The stomach of the cave bear I killed the year I first got my horns. Hang it from a frame or put it in a hole, then fill it with water and drop hot stones in it. Stones heat water, and stew tastes good. Won't the stones burn through the stomach? They have not yet. Is it enchanted? No magic. Strong stomach. Garzbog's breath huffed out as he grasped the deer's hips on either side and, with a single movement, broke its pelvis in two. The sternum he split using his knife. It must have been a big bear, Aragon said. Garzbog made a ruck-ruck sound deep in his throat. It was bigger than I am now, Shadeslayer. Did you kill it with your sling as well? I choked him to death with my hands. No weapons are allowed when you come of age and must prove your courage. Garzbog paused for a moment, his knife buried to the hilt in the carcass. Most do not try to kill a cave bear. Most hunt wolves or mountain goats. That is why I became war chief and others did not. Aragon left him preparing the meat and went to the fire. Next to it, he dug a hole, which he lined with the bear's stomach, pushing stakes through the metal rings to hold the stomach in place. He gathered a dozen apple-sized rocks from the surrounding field and tossed them into the center of the fire. While he waited for the rocks to heat, he used magic to fill the bear's stomach 2/3 with water, and then he fashioned a pair of tongs out of a sapling willow and a piece of knotted rawhide. When the rocks were cherry red, he shouted, "They're ready." "Put them in," Garzbog replied. Using the tongs, Aragon extracted the nearest stone from the fire and lowered it into the container. The surface of the water exploded into steam as the stone touched it. He deposited 2 more stones in the bear's stomach, which brought the water to a rolling boil. Garzbog lumbered over and poured a double handful of meat into the water, then seasoned the stew with large pinches of salt from the pouch at his belt and several sprigs of rosemary, thyme, and other wild greens he had chanced upon while hunting. Then he placed a flat piece of shale across one side of the fire. When the stone was hot, he fried strips of meat on it. While the food cooked, Aragon and Garzbog carved themselves spoons from the stump where Aragon had dropped his pack. Hunger made it seem longer to Aragon, but it was not many more minutes before the stew was done, and he and Garzbog ate, ravenous as wolves. Aragon devoured twice as much as he thought he ever had before, and what he did not consume, Garzbog did, eating enough for 6 large men. Afterward, Aragon lay back, propping himself up on his elbows, and stared at the flashing fireflies that had appeared along the edge of the beech trees, swirling in abstract patterns as they chased one another. Somewhere an owl hooted, soft and throaty. The first few stars speckled the purple sky. Aragon stared without seeing and thought of Saphira and then of Arya and then of Arya and Saphira, and then he closed his eyes, a dull throb forming behind his temples. He heard a cracking sound and, opening his eyes once more, saw that on the other side of the empty bear stomach, Garzbog was cleaning his teeth with the pointed end of a broken thigh bone. Aragon dropped his gaze to the bottom of the Urgel's bare feet, Garzbog having removed his sandals before they began their meal, and to his surprise noticed that the Urgel had 7 toes on each foot. "The dwarves have the same number of toes as you do," he said. Garzbog spat a piece of meat into the coals of the fire. "I did not know that. I have never wanted to look at the feet of a dwarf. Don't you find it curious that Urgels and dwarves should both have 14 toes, while elves and humans have 10? Garzbog's thick lips lifted in a snarl. "We share no blood with those hornless mountain rats, Firesword. They have 14 toes, and we have 14 toes. It pleased the gods to shape us so when they created the world. There is no other explanation." Aragon grunted in response and returned to watching the fireflies. "Then, tell me a story your race is fond of, Nar Garzbog." The cull pondered for a moment, then removed the bone from his mouth. He said, "Long ago, there lived a younger Growlgra, and her name was Magara.
Very well.
She had horns that shone like polished stone, hair that hung past her waist, and a laugh that could charm the birds out of the trees. But she was not pretty. She was ugly. Now, in her village, there also lived a ram who was very strong. He had killed 4 rams in wrestling matches and had defeated 23 others besides. But although his feats had won him wide renown, he had yet to choose a brood mate. Magara wished to be his brood mate, but he would not look at her, for she was ugly, and because of her ugliness, he did not see her bright horns, nor her long hair, and he did not hear her pleasant laugh. Sick at heart that he would not look at her, Magara climbed the tallest mountain in the spine, and she called out to Rana to help her. Rana is mother of us all, and it was she who invented weaving and farming and she who raised the Bior Mountains when she was fleeing the great dragon. Rana, she of the gilded horns, she answered Magara, and she asked why Magara had summoned her. "Make me pretty, honored mother, so I can attract the ram I want," said Magara. And Rana answered, "You do not need to be pretty, Magara. You have bright horns and long hair and a pleasant laugh. With those, you can catch a ram who is not so foolish as to look at only a female's face." And Magara, she threw herself down upon the ground and said, "I will not be happy unless I can have this ram, honored mother. Please, make me pretty." Rana, she smiled then and said, "If I do this, child, how will you repay me for this favor?" And Magara said, "I will give you anything you want." Rana was well pleased with her offer, and so she made Magara pretty then, and Magara returned to her village, and everyone wondered at her beauty. With her new face, Magara became the brood mate of the ram she wanted, and they had many children, and they lived in happiness for 7 years. Then Rana came to Magara, and Rana said, "You have had 7 years with the ram you wanted. Have you enjoyed them?" And Magara said, "I have." And Rana said, "Then I have come for my payment." And she looked around their house of stone, and she seized hold of Magara's eldest son and said, "I will have him." Magara begged she of the gilded horns not to take her eldest son, but Rana would not relent. At last, Magara took her brood mate's club, and she struck at Rana, but the club shattered in her hands. In punishment, Rana stripped Magara's beauty from her, and then Rana left with Magara's son for her hall where the four winds dwell, and she named the boy Hegraz and raised him to be one of the mightiest warriors who has ever walked this land. And so one should learn from Magara to never fight one's fate, for you will lose that which you hold most dear. Aragon watched the glowing rim of the crescent moon appear above the eastern horizon. "Tell me something about your villages." "What? Anything. I experienced hundreds of memories when I was in your mind and in Kagras and in Otbex, but I can recall only a handful of them, and those imperfectly. I am trying to make sense of what I saw." "There is much I can tell you," rumbled Garzbog. His heavy eyes pensive, he worked his makeshift toothpick around one of his fangs and then said, "We take logs, and we carve them with faces of the animals of the mountains, and these we bury upright by our houses so they will frighten away the spirits of the wild. Sometimes the poles almost seem to be alive. When you walk into one of our villages, you can feel the eyes of all the carved animals watching you." The bone paused in the Urgal's fingers, then resumed its back and forth motion. "By the doorway of each hut, we hang the namna. It is a strip of cloth as wide as my outstretched hand. The namna are brightly colored, and the patterns on them depict the history of the family that lives in that hut. Only the oldest and most skilled weavers are allowed to add to a namna or to reweave one if it becomes damaged." The bone disappeared inside of Garzbog's fist. "During the months of winter, those who have mates work with them on their hearth rug. It takes at least 5 years to finish such a rug, so by the time it is done, you know whether you have made a good choice of mate." "I've never seen one of your villages," said Aragon. "They must be very well hidden." "Well hidden and well defended. Few who see our homes live to tell of it." Focusing on the cull and allowing an edge to creep into his voice, Aragon said, "How is it you learned this language, Garzbog? Was there a human who lived among you? Did you keep any of us as slaves?" Garzbog returned Aragon's gaze without flinching. "We have no slaves, Firesword. I tore the knowledge from the minds of the men I fought, and I shared it with the rest of my tribe." "You have killed many humans, haven't you? You have killed many Gralgra, Firesword. It is why we must be allies, or my race will not survive." Aragon crossed his arms. "When Brahm and I were tracking the Rizak, we passed through Yazuak, a village by the Ninner River. We found all of the people piled in the center of the village, dead, with a baby. Was there a human who lived among you? Did you keep any of us as slaves?" Garzbog returned Aragon's gaze without flinching. "We have no slaves, Firesword. I tore the knowledge from the minds of the men I fought, and I shared it with the rest of my tribe." "You have killed many humans, haven't you? You have killed many Gralgra, Firesword. It is why we must be allies, or my race will not survive." Aragon crossed his arms. "When Brahm and I were tracking the Rizak, we passed through Yazuak, a village by the Ninner River. We found all of the people piled in the center of the village, dead, with a baby stuck on a spear at the top of the pile. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. And it was Urgles who killed them. Before I got my horns, said Garsbog, my father took me to visit one of our villages along the western fringes of the spine. We found our people tortured, burnt, and slaughtered. The men of Narda had learned of our presence, and they had surprised the village with many soldiers. Not one of our tribe escaped. It is true we love war more than other races, Firesword, and that has been our downfall many times before. Our women will not consider a ram for a mate unless he has proven himself in battle and killed at least 3 foes himself. And there is a joy in battle unlike any other joy. But though we love feats of arms, that does not mean we are not aware of our faults. If our race cannot change, Galbatorix will kill us all if he defeats the Varden, and you and Nasuda will kill us all if you overthrow that snake-tongued betrayer. Am I not right, Firesword? Aragon jerked his chin in a nod. Aye. It does no good, then, to dwell upon past wrongs. If we cannot overlook what each of our races has done, there will never be peace between humans and the Urgralgra. How should we treat you, though, if we defeat Galbatorix and Nasuda gives your race the land you have asked for and, 20 years from now, your children begin to kill and plunder so they can win mates? If you know your own history, Garsbog, then you know it has always been so when Urgles signed peace accords. With a thick sigh, Garsbog said, then we will hope that there are still Urgralgra across the sea and that they are wiser than us, for we will be no more in this land. Neither of them spoke again that night. Garsbog curled up on his side and slept with his massive head resting on the ground, while Aragon wrapped himself in his cloak and sat against the stump and gazed at the slowly turning stars, drifting in and out of his waking dreams. By the end of the next day, they had come into sight of the Bior Mountains. At first the mountains were nothing more than ghostly shapes on the horizon, angled canes of white and purple, but as evening drew nigh, the distant range acquired substance, and Aragon was able to make out the dark band of trees along the base and, above that, the even wider band of gleaming snow and ice and, still higher yet, the peaks themselves, which were gray, bare stone, for they were so tall, no plants grew upon them and no snow fell upon them. As when he had first seen them, the sheer size of the Bior Mountains overwhelmed Aragon. His every instinct insisted that nothing that large could exist, and yet he knew his eyes did not deceive him. The mountains averaged 10 miles high, and many were even taller. Aragon and Garsbog did not stop that night but continued running through the hours of darkness and through the day thereafter. When morning arrived, the sky grew bright, but because of the Bior Mountains, it was almost noon before the sun burst forth between 2 peaks and rays of light as wide as the mountains themselves streamed out over the land that was still caught in the strange twilight of shadow. Aragon paused then, on the bank of a brook, and contemplated the sight in silent wonderment for several minutes. As they skirted the vast range of mountains, their journey began to seem to Aragon uncomfortably similar to his flight from Gilead to Farth and Dur with Murtaugh, Saphira, and Arya. He even thought he recognized the place where they had camped after crossing the Haderach Desert. The long days and longer nights slipped by with both excruciating slowness and surprising speed, for every hour was identical to the last, which made Aragon feel not only as if their ordeal would never end but also as if large portions of it had never taken place. When he and Garsbog arrived at the mouth of the great rift that split the range of mountains for many leagues from north to south, they turned to their right and passed between the cold and indifferent peaks. Arriving at the Beartooth River, which flowed out of the narrow valley that led to Farth and Dur, they forded the frigid waters and continued southward. That night, before they ventured east into the mountains proper, they camped by a small pond and rested their limbs. Garsbog killed another deer with his sling, this time a buck, and they both ate their fill. His hunger sated, Aragon was hunched over, mending a hole in the side of his boot, when he heard an eerie howl that set his pulse racing. He glanced around the darkened landscape, and to his alarm, he saw the silhouette of a huge beast loping around the pebble-lined shore of the pond. Garsbog, said Aragon in a low voice, and reached over to his pack and drew his falchion. Taking a fist-sized rock from the ground, the Cull placed it in the leather pocket of his sling, and then rising to his full height, he opened his maw and bellowed into the night until the land rang with echoes of his defiant challenge. The beast paused, then proceeded at a slower pace, sniffing at the ground here and there. As it entered the circle of firelight, Aragon's breath caught in his throat. Standing before them was a gray-backed wolf as big as a horse, with fangs like sabers and burning yellow eyes that followed their every movement. The wolf's feet were the size of bucklers. A shrrg, thought Aragon. As the giant wolf circled their camp, moving almost silently despite his great bulk, Aragon thought of the elves and how they would deal with a wild animal, and in the ancient language, he said, "Brother Wolf, we mean you no harm." Tonight our pack rests and does not hunt. You are welcome to share our food and the warmth of our den until morning. The SHRRG paused, and his ears swiveled forward while Aragon spoke in the ancient language. Firesword, what are you doing? Growled Garzbog. Don't attack unless he does. The heavy-shouldered beast slowly entered their camp, the tip of his huge wet nose twitching the whole while. The wolf poked his shaggy head toward the fire, seemingly curious about the writhing flames, then moved over to the scraps of meat and viscera scattered over the ground where Garzbog had butchered the buck. Crouching, the wolf snapped up the gobbets of flesh, then rose and, without a backward glance, padded off into the depths of the night. Aragon relaxed and sheathed the falchion. Garzbog, however, remained standing where he was, his lips pulled back in a snarl, looking and listening for anything out of the ordinary in the surrounding darkness. At dawn's first light, Aragon and Garzbog left their camp, and running eastward, entered the valley that would lead them to Mount Thardor. As they passed underneath the boughs of the dense forest that guarded the interior of the mountain range, the air became noticeably cooler and the soft bed of needles on the ground muffled their footsteps. The tall, dark, grim trees that loomed over them seemed to be watching as they made their way between the thick trunks and around the twisted roots that knuckled up out of the moist earth, standing 2, 3, and often 4 feet high. Large black squirrels scampered among the branches, chattering loudly. A thick layer of moss blanketed the corpses of trees that had fallen. Ferns and thimbleberries and other green leafy plants flourished alongside mushrooms of every shape, size, and color. The world narrowed once Aragon and Garzbog were fully inside the long valley.